or to quote my girlfriend, oh.
I didn't catch that. You cut out right to quote your girlfriend. Hello.
I can't hear you.
That's good. Yeah, I'm glad you have your Beats by Dre headphones in as we're live now. How about now?
Yeah, they're not. Oh, there you are.
Hmm.
Let me take these off so I look like a human man.
You said to quote your girlfriend what?
She always says, "Oh, sit," instead of, because we don't want to curse around the kids.
Oh. Yeah, I don't.
Long time no see.
Yeah, indeed. I don't curse too much. Only when I'm like really angry. I mutter under my breath a lot.
Her girls are really cute. They're 10 and they'll say stuff like, I'll be like, "Ah, shit," and then they'll go, I'll be like, and then they'll look at me and they go, "It's okay. We think that word all the time."
Look at this. Everybody's like, Robert. Whoa, it's Travis. Kabuki kids all excited. It's you. So it's a return. The grand Guignol return of
the last time I was on the show is being pulled over by the
yeah, you were hightailing it to Florida.
My car is a 2004 Toyota Highlander, and it is so beat up that not even the license plate works anymore. So the license plate is taped to the inside of the back window. So that's why I was being pulled over. And the guy goes, "I can't see your dang license plate." He goes, "Why you got it all hanging up in the window?" I'm like, "Well,
hanging
don't
up
really have an option."
The winder?
The winder.
Oh, I here. Hold on a second here. Just give me a second. The like Peter's like, I gotta get in there. Right? There's nothing. I posted. I didn't hit enter when I posted the thing in the. Never mind. I'm just blathering to myself at this point.
I was gonna say, do you have any interesting stories or?
Yeah, I'll find one for you, just for you. Though I do. You
didn't say Travis Chance Boudreau.
Travis Chance Boudreau, which is named after. Do you remember where I got that from?
Like a sports reference?
No, it's the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie Hard Target. His name is Chance Boudreau. He's
wow.
He's a butt kicker living in Louisiana.
Whoa.
Lance knows his butt kickers.
Yeah.
Oh, you said kicker. I thought he said liquor.
Well, that too.
Is that Barry?
It's Barry.
It is Barry.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Live from Norway. What's going on, buddy? Why are you upside down?
He isn't upside down.
He is in my screen, not Barry. Oh.
He's not in my screen. He's right side up.
He's right side up.
No, not Barry. Old boy is upside down.
Travis is living in an alternate universe where berries are upside down.
Oh, maybe he lives in the upside down from Stranger Things.
This could totally be an RPG.
This totally could be an RPG. Hey, can I open? Well, actually, Richard Ham's going to be here shortly. I want to definitely wait for him to get in.
We better talk now while we have a chance.
Is Richard Ham going to go? Is Richard Ham going to go? Oh,
of course he is.
Most likely, he probably will.
Dang. What's Barry doing over there? Barry burning sage? What's going on?
That's not sage.
He's warding off evil demons. It's part of the RPG.
Barry, you know what's happening is Barry right now is forgot that I was a person until just this moment. He's like, oh,
Barry is currently warding off back pain.
This way. Yes. Been raining for 5 straight fucking days here.
I'm sorry, buddy. Well, if that forest fire in your mouth don't fix it, I don't know what will.
Well, this is the nighttime medication, so this will be either really fun or really dreadful.
I was gonna say I don't know what you're burning over there, but it's putting off quite a bit of smoke.
I'm getting a contact high through the microphone.
Yeah.
I got a grievance about that.
Okay, man. Okay, yeah. We can dive in.
I went to the dispensary today, right?
Zeke
They're supposed
on
to
the
be
corner.
green. This is how they package this shit. It's in a plastic bag, then it's in a plastic box. How is that green?
Mm.
Maybe it's that compostable plastic.
Maybe
No, it's not.
that used to
The
be
weed is
feces that
green,
they've
that's how.
manufactured into plastic.
That's just the one dispensary. There's another one that's much less plastic than that. But
So where does this post, Lance? Is this just like
It goes right to YouTube. So like people are watching
Is
it
there
on
a link?
YouTube right now.
Is there a link for me to share?
If you really want to, you can just go to my. If you go to my channel on YouTube, you can find it there. You know, we don't.
It's not any different than it was 2 years ago when you were here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the same.
It's just we have to go through this program called StreamYard to make it happen because Google Hangouts stopped doing Google Live. They just we're like, yeah, too many people use this and like it, so we're gonna get rid of it.
Yep, because they didn't make any money off it. It was free.
Yeah, it was, which was weird because there's a lot. I mean, from what I understand, there was quite a few people that used it for like education and things like that. So,
But Google didn't make money on it. Therefore,
Right.
They don't care.
hey, Google doesn't do any. Google says don't be jerks or whatever it is. Isn't that what they say? Or
no, Google does everything for money. Let's face it.
Mm-hmm.
no, they don't. I remember trying to explain to somebody that like Google actually like would buy and sell like the search engine results and things like that. Like they couldn't believe that like that was a thing.
If Google found a way to monetize your soul, they would do it.
Yeah.
Hey, Google, wasn't Google's tagline "Don't be evil" or something like that?
Yeah, before they became an evil corporation.
Before they own the universe.
Yeah.
What they don't own, Facebook owns.
Own the universe. That's your whole grievance, was that your weed that you buy doesn't
It's
come
not
in
really green. That's his weird.
Yeah, it's more plastic in the environment. We don't need.
this concerns you to some degree.
Well, recycle
Yes.
it. Take those bags back to the dispensary and tell them to put your new weed in the same bag.
They can't. It's against the law. It's contamination and all that nonsense.
Contamination. It's weed. What the fuck? It comes from the ground. It's not going to get dirty.
Oh, it could get
Tree.
dirty. Does it help you a lot? I mean, I'm just curious. I'm not like trying to make fun of you. I mean, does it like make you not want to like kill people and stuff like that?
I never want to kill people. But,
Okay, does it remove the excruciating
give me an
pain?
hour.
Yeah, give him an hour on this show.
Does it remove the excruciating pain of everyday life?
as much as the opioids did. I don't do the mental stuff, the high THC stuff.
Gotcha.
Barry, can you be honest and admit that you were
We
first
lost
smoking
him.
weed, then you hurt
We lost
your
him.
back hacking?
Well, I think
Keith
we
is
lost
literally upside down on my screen.
That's so weird. You're seeing
know
everyone
why.
upside down.
No, just Keith.
I don't know why. Just weird.
Keith,
There's
are you doing some
something-
Nosferatu shit? Are you upside down, like hanging from like in the Lost Boys in the closet?
No, I'm just using my iPad. I don't know why it looks upside down for you.
That'd be awesome if he was like a vampire. Just
That would be funny if it was just the Lost Boys is normal, but they just like went back and retroactively and mastered in Keith at his current age, running around with a bunch of '80s teenager vampires. I would watch that movie.
I would watch that movie. I would
Be like, how'd you
definitely
meet these guys? And you're like, why does that matter? They're vampires. I'm a vampire.
We're just chilling. Me and Alex Winter and
I believe you Sir Alex Winter.
It isn't Sir I. Oh no, he was. Well, I'm excited to see that new movie, the new Bill and Ted movie. I think that'll be good.
I'm sure you are.
I enjoyed the Bill and Ted movies. Bogus Journey was kind of it lost a little bit of the
I'm
magic.
sorry, Lance.
but-
It's just jarring for me to hear you say you like something. So I think that's the main issue here.
Anyway, so what you been up to there, Travis, other than being unemployed?
Oh, I'm not unemployed. How dare you?
Well, you're no longer.
Travis
with-
is a freelance game designer who makes pretty damn good
Yeah,
games.
this is going to be a problem. Is this too loud? Okay. I'm sorry. My girlfriend is trying to sleep and. What's going on with me? Well, I live in Tampa, Florida now.
Ooh, go Bucks.
I'm divorced.
Mhm.
I quit working at Colossal Games. I'm currently going through species reassignment. So I will soon be half crab. I'm going to have my genitals removed and have a crab claw, fiddler crab claw, put where my pee-pee used to be. And I have gills now. No, things are good. I'm doing consulting work and freelance design and development, and I feel very lucky and supported that I have had the response that I've had from pursuing this. So it's a bit of a change. I've been a publisher for the last since 2014, so it's a little bit of a change, but I just missed making stuff, So I'm making stuff.
Well, it's good. It's good to make stuff. Hey, Barry's back. Now you can belittle him about his. So Barry, we lost you. Travis had a very important question for you as far as.
I think the chronological order of the events here is that Barry was smoking weed, hurt his back playing hacky sack, and then now has to have weed to help his hacky sack injury from smoking weed.
Very clever.
Now he's gonna tell me something awful, like he rescued a bunch of otters from a fire and got hurt in the rubble or something, and I'm gonna feel bad.
You got her fixing trains,
beavers.
Barry.
Yeah, that's putting the door in a train. Or
See, I
taking
pay
one out.
attention, Barry.
See, I still think the fact that Barry's beard is dark and his hair is white. It's like I think that's like an oddity of the universe that we have to discover in some sort.
Does that mean his
all one
pubes
at
are
once.
zebra?
It's not half one and half the other. There it is. I've been going great since I was 18.
That's too much weed. That's
So
why
Travis,
you're-
any
I'm sorry,
exciting-
Barry.
Any exciting new
What's
games
that?
coming soon that we can look forward to from you?
Ruination.
Yeah, I got my game Ruination that's coming out next month on my
Is that a
birthday.
play on words? Is it Ruin Nation or like
That
like
is,
a play
in
on
fact, a play on words. Lindsay, my girlfriend, hates the name. She says that when she was a kid, like her mom had like some redneck boyfriend, and when she would get in trouble, he would say, "You're going on groundation." So she says it reminds her of like, some King of the Hill type banter. But yes, it is supposed to be a nation of ruin in a world that is ruined. So
kind of like all manner of evil. See, that was a play on words as well.
yes.
I'm noticing a trend.
That was also-
Is this your M. Night Shyamalan Llama Llama Ding Dong thing?
Yes.
You're gonna have games that have
I'm going to be
plays
working
on
with
words.
Marky Mark on my next game.
Nice.
Well, no,
I do
like
not want
Paul
to touch
Giamatti
Travis's
is-
Dirk Diggler.
his big thing of
Paul
what a
Giamatti.
twist, and now this is your thing. All your games will have a play on words.
I'm having Paul Giamatti lose 230 pounds for my next game, so it's going to be pretty interesting. So, so no, Ruination is I got Ruination. I have another post-apocalyptic game coming out sometime soon called Diesel Punk Apocalypse. That's basically like Mad Max car combat, but it solves the main problem of vehicle combat games, which is when your car blows up, you're sad. So it solves that problem by not letting you have a car to become emotionally attached to. So it's just like in the movies when your car blows up, another one just ramps over a sand dune and gets right back into the mix. So
Did you ever play the Mad Max video game? Like after that movie came out, there was a.
Oh no, I wanted to. Was it good?
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It as far as like having like a kind of a big open sandboxy world to drive your car around in, and like there was these cool things where you would drive by like guard towers of these outposts, and like you'd shoot a harpoon into it, and then you'd hit the hyper boost or whatever, and you would fly past it and then rip the guard thing down. You're like, well, that was fun. You see the people screaming and flying out of it and dying, So yeah,
just like in real life.
Just like in real life.
I hope Brew Nation does well. I think it's the best thing I've ever made. So
you have a daughter.
No,
just pointing out that
best game I ever made.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Best game I ever made.
So describe the game. I'll give you your 5-minute speech, but mechanisms, what blah blah blah. Go ahead.
So it's like, I started off with I wanted to make a game about Genghis Khan, and then I realized the socio-political minefield that would be doing that. So I sort of stepped away from that, but I did all this research, and I really kind of fell in love with that part of the world, this weird like Eurasian, where Europe and Asia kind of mixed together, and it's interesting. So instead, I post-apocalypse for me is like what Star Wars is for other people. Like Mad Max is my Star Wars. So I wanted to make a game that was like the post-apocalypse. So this kind of untouched part of the world where the bullets have run out, there's no more gas. What do you do next? So there is a Khan, not Genghis Khan, but there is a Khan that sort of the theme is there's this Khan that rules over these territories, and there's all these hordes, and you are a player who is a horde. There are nomads roaming the wastes, and it's essentially like a dudes on a map game, but it's got some twists. It's more of a dudes on a map Civ game. It's got like emergent asymmetry. The main difference in it in terms of like the gimmick of the game is that there are 3 face-up action decks, and on your turn you choose to either scavenge resources, move your armies, or recruit to your armies, and then you take that action and any associated stuff on the card associated with that action. So they're like, you can gain glory for your horde, or you could gain favor from the Khan, or you can use the ability on the card, or you can take the action. And depending on how you sequence any of those 3 things, because there's bonuses along the glory and the favor tracks, different things happen. So you'll have turns that are really quick, like I'll just put 3 guys down and whatever, I'll gain a favor. And then in your next turn, you're like, I'll gain another favor, and then my horde builds a bastion in this territory, and because I built a bastion, I'll now use the text on this card that says scavenge additional resources for having a bastion. So you have these big kind of combo-y moments in the game, and it's got dice and stuff. It's got a bunch of, I think, unique. Every card that you get in the game is unique, so it's everything that you get feels valuable and special and different. So I don't know. It's dudes on a map. I'd say it's kind of like if Kemet and Scythe had a baby. But it is, honestly, and I'm not just saying this, I think it is the most high conflict area control game maybe ever made. Like the amount of fights that happen, because you skip this whole like move and put your dudes in your home base and then move them out, and then 2 turns later maybe you get into a fight and you go home and lick your wounds. All that shit is gone. It's just like you fight the hell out of each other, and the refractory period for after you get your butt beat is very low, so you can get wiped off the map and come back on the next turn. It's very forgiving for the apocalypse. It's just fun. I don't know if any of those things sound interesting. It's got art by Roland McDonald, art and world building by Roland.
You got Ronald McDonald to do your art?
Oh,
I got Ronald McDonald from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Did all of the art for the game. I love it. Those are my favorite types of games. My favorite types of games are like Dominant Species and Kemet and Cyclades, and Scythe's okay.
What's nice you to
I like
say?
I like parts of Scythe.
Cool. Well, when does that launch? Next week?
That's it. Next month.
Next
My
month.
42nd birthday.
God, you're so old.
I feel old.
Hmm.
I just said that 2 weeks ago. I was like, I feel old finally.
Like 47 was when I felt old, because that was like the first real old age. Like 47 was like, oh, it's like an old age. Like 45, you're like, okay, 45, 46, you're okay, 47, it's like that's an older age. It's just like now I'm 48 and I don't care. So
I woke up this morning. I was like, my back really hurts. And Lindsay's like, what'd you do yesterday? And I said, I took a shower.
And look,
man,
Oh,
my back is hurting right now too from nothing more than just sleeping on it. Funny.
Well, hold on. Richard Ham's here. Wait a minute. Oh, and then Jen could. Oh, wait a minute.
Jeez.
wow.
Wow. Travis, you got rid of Richard in less than 30 seconds. That's got to be a record.
I love Richard. He is one of the funniest people.
I thought you clearly didn't need me, since now Travis can play the role of himself and me, so I should just go back to watching Manifest.
Richard, you
How's
should
it going,
just hire him
Hambone?
Hey, chum. Are you lost? Shouldn't you be
I'm
driving
found.
in the middle of the night talking to us on a crappy little phone?
What's Manifest?
No.
What's Manifest?
Oh, Manifest is a terrible TV show.
So why are you watching it? It's terrible.
I'm not. My wife is, and my mother.
Okay. So hey, see, I was waiting for Richard to get here because I wanted to talk about I wanted to air a grievance, and this is going to take a little bit of time, but you guys know that. So, I want to begin by saying that I'm gonna use complete. And this is a little bit of vague booking, but I'm not going to call attention to anything that, because it isn't any. And the story is going to be centralized. Shut up, Barry. The story is going to be centralized on a single target, but I don't have any ill will towards said target. It's kind of just a creation of.
Whenever you're done apologizing.
Okay, so I was working, and like, how like you want background stuff going on, or at least that's how I work. It's like I put background stuff on my other screen just to kind of have going on, and like YouTube algorithm fed me a video for a channel that has something to do with tabletop type games or whatever. And I was like, and the title of it interested me, and so I clicked on it, and I was just kind of half watching it this way, and I was like, oh, well, that was actually, a fairly this is actually pretty good. I'm enjoying the way that they're doing this. Why haven't I ever heard of this channel before? And I noticed that, like, the particular video I watched had like tens of thousands of views, and I was just kind of like, well, I mean, which made sense because they were doing a good job. And so then I clicked, and I noticed that they had, like 30,000 subscribers or so, and which good for them, cool. And then I was about ready to hit subscribe, and then I looked, and I was like, huh, it's like, how sometimes you go to the page and like they don't have playlists set up, they just have videos like and things. And so I was like, oh, I want to see what other videos they have. And they had 5 videos. Like 5 videos. That's all they had. And like and they had been creating the videos for about 4.5 months. So they're averaging like 1.2 videos. And I was just kind of like, that's really weird. I mean, it's like, how do you, I mean, in each video was very good. Like I ended up watching them, and I was like, it's good content. But I was like, how are these 5 videos? And I was just like, this is really interesting to me. How is this happening? And then I clicked on, I noticed that they were like, oh, you can support me on Patreon. And I went and I checked out the Patreon, and all of a sudden I saw that those 5 videos, they were getting almost $1,500 a month. And I was just like, how is this happening? it's just like I remember years ago I was on a podcast with a guy that was doing a gaming podcast based out of Colombia, and he said a comment to me, and I carried it with him my entire life. He said, "Comparison is the thief of joy," and I was just kind of like, yeah, that is, because like you can't, if you're not happy with what you're doing and you're always comparing to something else, you can never really truly be happy with what you're doing. But I remember sitting there thinking, just like, how? Why? I should have just I should have just done video games to begin with.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you, I stumbled across a new painting video from YouTube not too long ago, a week or so ago, and this lady was doing a really good job of like teaching people how to paint with an airbrush. And I checked her channel, and she had around 30,000 subscribers, 5 videos, less than 6 months old, had a Patreon. It was getting 40,000 views of video with only 5 videos to her library. Each of them averaged over 40,000 views with only 5 videos in less than like a 6-month period and over 30,000 subscribers. And it boggled my mind how I'd never heard of this person, yet they're so apparently famous for very few videos, none of which were viral. They were all averaging around 40,000 views. I'm wondering how in the hell did that happen when there's channels out there that have 10 years on them and that only have 30 or 40,000 subscribers and don't get more than 5,000 views per video. It's ridiculous.
Okay, everything that Pete just said, I want Rado to say it, but in a Harvey Firestein accent. Go.
No. So like what I would say, I would say to that,
40,000 viewers.
So what I would say to that is, and I'm not trying to be a sexist here and everything like that, but having
which is a preface for a sexist comment.
Yes,
well, no, because you know what I
absolutely.
say. But the thing is that
I don't want to sound racist or anything, but Aborigines are extremely pushy people. They're very pushy. I was in the outback and they were just very bossy.
my point is that if you have something that makes you stand out, and for whatever reason, if you make videos in the tabletop world and you happen to be female, that can help you to stand out and get you whereas giant bearded dudes doing talking head, this is a cool game videos are kind of
talking about.
Yeah, just so
I didn't realize this was the burn your career episode of the Alaboom. Otherwise, I would have come on next week.
No. I mean,
Cool.
and all credit to anybody that has success. I mean, I champion that, but I mean, it's one of those things where it wasn't that I was upset that somebody else was having like success where I wasn't. It was one of those things where it's like, what the hell? It's like I just should have done video games. I just should have just made videos of me playing dumb video games, did that 10 years ago instead of.
I mean, I think there's probably other factors here, right? I mean, like for example, like how many of our viewers might be female, or like how many of the viewers might be of that particular demographic. I mean, Lance, you're a smart dude, and sometimes you talk on some next level shit that is hard to, like you'll be like talking about how you like the color of the dice, and then 20 minutes later you've been talking about how you went elk hunting in Fargo, and like it has nothing to do with the dice. So I
do actually, Richard.
Yes.
I saw your green screen thing with the card like coming over and like so people could read the card. That's genius. I don't know where you came up with that idea or if you stole it from somebody or whatever, but that's awesome.
Are you talking about the Aeon's End thing?
Overlay, yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. I should. What do you use? Are you using XSplit for that, or what are you doing for that?
I'm just doing everything with OBS because it's free.
Yeah,
and I never pay if I don't have to.
How do you green screen it then?
I literally have a piece of green paper and a webcam, and that's it. And this webcam and this, or where is it? This webcam are both being fed into OBS, and I basically record everything with OBS. I record these two webcams. They're just put together, and I've just got this little keyboard that I can switch back and forth between stuff, or that I can just, as I'm filming along, I'll just say, like this, and I just do that. I've gotten to the point where I know exactly where to put them. I don't even have to look. I know it's going to be center because I can just put and then there it is. And they see that, and it just is superimposed over me until I pull it away.
So
I noticed.
watching the hand focus shit.
Yeah, it is.
No, that's fantastic. I'm going to steal that if I ever get my table set up for filming downstairs.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
I'll review the game.
It's surprisingly easy to set up. The OBS support for green screen, it took me like a half an hour to figure it out. I recommend it.
That's good. Keith is furiously typing something to be funny.
I'm not typing. I don't even have a keyboard.
No, somebody's like you got a smile on your face. Looks like you're furiously like typing away.
I'm smiling because I was making fun of you and you didn't hear it.
Oh,
Did you guys look in the Alaboom and look in the Alaboom on Facebook, and you can see how Keith is upside down for some reason.
It's just you, baby.
Upside down.
You're in the upside down.
Rado, you hurt my feelings this week.
What'd I do?
You said that the best written Aeon's End stuff was the new stuff, and I wrote the first 2 games. And the character you're in love with,
that the earlier stuff was bad.
The character you're in love with, I created. Did you even realize that Zahana's in the first game?
No, I did not. I totally had forgotten. I mean, I haven't played the first game since the original first edition came out, and I'm incredibly embarrassed because I make such a big deal. And there's this woman who everybody remembers from 5 years ago, and I'll just completely reveal my ignorance by not pointing that out.
No. I think that, you know what, it's of all the projects I've worked on, that was the one that when I walked away from it, I was like, I felt pain from leaving that because that whole world I came up with,
it's a great world. And I guess now that I feel bad because you called me out in public, although I'm sure it's just for shits and giggles.
I'm joking with you.
It does occur to me though,
right now,
who have been fair, I should have called out the fact that it is building on the strengths that came before. The storytelling in the latest one wouldn't stand out if it wasn't built off of such a legacy of world building.
But you know, and this is not me backpedaling.
I believe
this isn't me
world building one more time,
right?
This isn't me backpedaling. Like, I think the thing I realized when I was watching your video was that, like, the stuff I wrote was just bios essentially and flavor text. I didn't really write a story. It was just kind of like a wallpaper for a world. So what you're describing sounds like there's actual narrative beats and
very much
plot development, and there's none of that. Like,
I know Zana as a character better than pretty much any other character in any other board game I've ever played, because it really digs into who she is, what makes her tick, what her relationship with her son is, why she's made the decisions in her life that brought her to where she is as an outcast when, as you said, she was one of the founding members of the original game. And they clearly put a lot of work into that, and I think they did a great job.
The writer
can be done.
The new writer, Nick, my old partner from Action Phase, the guy at developer at Indie Boards and Cards, got a hold of me and asked me all these questions. So with regard to continuity, like what I was thinking.
So you consulted.
Yeah. Well, my plan was always that they would go back out into the world, but they did all this stuff. I mean, it sounds really cool, like genuinely, like I'm really happy for them, and it's cool. It would be one thing, like, you have to understand when they did Legacy, and like the first thing that happens is they kill off every character I created.
Was Desmodia your favorite character or something like that?
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay, message received. So that was a bit jarring.
Kill it if you have to.
No, your video made me want to, like, I haven't played Legacy. I don't have the New Age, but I've wanted to play it. It's just, you know, when you make games, you never play them unless they're the ones you're making. So, I want to find the time though.
So speaking of making games, hey, you're like a free agent and shit. What the fuck?
Hey, whoa, are you cussing in public?
He's cussing in public.
Wow.
You'll find that he does that a lot on this show. I think we all do.
That's amazing. The first time I met Rado in person was at BGG Con in 2016, and the very first thing he did was I went to shake his hand. He gave me a fist bump, and then he pointed at Nick and said, "Who's this asshole?" Those were the first words that you said to me in person, and Nick was like totally stunned. No, it was amazing.
I don't recall this.
No, you were being punchy. Like we had exchanged a lot.
All right.
We had exchanged a lot of banter like leading up to this and stuff. You were joking around. You were like that was like your intro, but like you're very lovable.
Yeah. And suddenly Mr. Rogers shows up and starts calling everybody an asshole. I'm sure it would be a bit off-putting, perhaps.
And at S in 2017, Rado held me down and put a cigarette out of my face. I want to say that now before he kills me. No, I'm kidding. No, yeah. So I'm a free agent. Yes.
So but Colossal is your thing, right? Did you get bought out? Can you talk about such things?
Yeah, I can talk about it.
Can I just Barry? Can I get Jim in here just for a quick second? Because I know he wants to talk about cosmic frogs, and I'll bring you back in a second. I'm just gonna. You don't have to log out.
Can you only have?
Yeah,
it really sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Barry, are you cool with that?
Yeah, it's fine.
I can leave if you want.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
You're the guest of honor.
No.
I'm asking you.
The top one you can see better.
We gotta strike while
Jim,
James is here.
Jim, can you see better? Jim, you're on.
I like how he touched his glasses when he asked if you could see.
Well, I had them down. I was looking at logos. How you doing, guys?
We're right back.
How's it going, Mr. Felly? I was talking about you yesterday, actually.
Uh-oh. What did I do now?
I was talking about how you invited me over to your house, and I brought my little junior developer guy, and he's drinking like Johnny Walker Blue, playing board games in your house. And it was like when he left, he was like, "That was amazing."
Thanks. You have to come back sometime.
Well, I don't live in Indiana anymore.
Where do you live now?
I live in your heart. No, I live in Tampa.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Tampa's not a bad town.
No way.
Tampa's great.
I grew up in Florida. My whole family's here. You know, I went running tonight along the coast, and it was amazing.
Oh, great.
So, to answer your question, Richard, after I've degraded you in public, which I was kidding, and I love you. I've always loved you, and I always will. I was the quintessential president of the company. I did have a stake in the company, but a very small stake, and I had investors.
Yeah.
My primary partner was Arnaud, the guy who owns Matago. Oh. And I think what happened was when I was working on that game that I earlier, and I'm not doing another shameless plug, but I was working on Renation. I really realized this, like my most recent game. I realized how much I missed making games, and that I'm good at it. And I get so mired in the procedural parts of being a publisher that I didn't really get to enjoy the reasons why I got into gaming anymore. I was doing quality checks and quarterly reports and
really?
Checking,
I would have assumed you were more just the creative director guy.
I was, but like it got to the point where Colossal is so ambitious that like there are entire projects of which I was very, like my girlfriend tonight was like, oh, how many people do you think actually stickered the deluxe edition of Consumption? And I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, what do you mean you don't even have a number? I was like, I'll be honest with you. Like I signed the game. I gave the initial direction on the game, and then my developer took over and did an awesome job. And so like I started feeling like this kind of out of touch because Colossal's really ambitious to the point of like where they just really were putting out a lot of stuff. So it was hard for the best way I could describe it is
to continue to be a good fit for you. They would have had to be, okay, we're going to put out 2 games a year. That's it. We're just going to really focus on that.
Yeah, like I think I could do 6 games a year when I'm a publisher. Mm-hmm. But like the best way I can describe it is every game I make, I fall in love with, right?
Right.
And it's hard to be in love with like 20 things. So at Colossal's, I mean, other than one of the Dan Yerington companies, like is the most aggressive Kickstarter company ever. Like they put out 14 games in the first 18 months or something crazy with it's just a lot. So I talked to Arnaud today. I still talk to my old developer every other day. Hi, Rylan.
She's not looking at you. We're looking at a picture of a puppy right now. So keep talking.
Share that screen.
So no. It was a very painful and hard decision to leave, and especially like I've left. This is the third company I've left, so like I don't want to be the guy whose thing is like, hey, I build something up and then I run away from it. Like I shunned my hermit crab shell and started over. So.
Well, you didn't. I mean, the first one, you didn't run away. You got bought out. So you really just this is your second running away and yourself kind of a thing.
Oh, you know. And when I worked at Indie Boards and Cards, I thought they were the devil, and now looking back, I realize I was the problem. So I'm just I'm an outdoor cat. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Death to tyrants.
So I'm doing consulting. So I'm actually working with a lot of publishers right now, helping them do. I'm surprised, actually. I mean, I know this whole consulting model is like a thing, but like, I do consulting. I play tested one game. But because I've kind of worn a lot of hats in the industry, I've been a designer and a developer, a creative director, and I know the process of publishing. It's weird. It's almost like me and my girlfriend. My girlfriend is the business developer of Dice Tower. She's the marketing manager and business developer of Dice Tower. So we teamed up. We started a little company called Dream Pop, and I am floored by how many people actually need help and want help and are interested in bringing somebody in that is maybe overqualified for a job just to get things moving, because so many things get gummed up in the process, right? Especially people who use Kickstarter. There's all these priority issues with Kickstarter stuff happening. So I'm just kind of trying to put on different hats for different people. And it's been really awesome. And like, I'm working with really cool people, like, and that's so that's the solution, right? Like when you're one publisher, you can only really put out so many games, but when you work with lots of publishers, you have supporting staff, and you can come in and you can say, hey, I'm just helping you set up the foundation of this brand, or hey, I'm just going to come in and do the development of this game and tell you how you can make this game cheaper, or hey, we have a cool idea but the theme sucks, can you come in and do a concept for us and pitch us a world or something? Like those types of things, it gets a lot easier.
So what percentage of your time is this consulting work versus getting back to what you really love, designing your own stuff?
So right now it is the bulk of my time, which I don't say begrudgingly.
Is which?
So
the consulting.
Is consulting.
Okay.
Is consulting. So I still do design. I actually made a little what I call a draft and fight instead of a draft and write. A game I made in the last 2 weeks, and it's the first game I've made in 3 years that like I want to play it every day. That's not to say I don't want to play Runation. It's just Runation takes 2 hours. This game takes 30 minutes. So it's the first game in a long time I've wanted to play where and my whole design philosophy has changed. Like I'm trying to do this more Concordia style design where like it's good feelings, not like agonizing decisions. Like I'm past that in my career where I want things to be hard and like a player is like, okay, I'm going to make a decision that either destroys me or ushers me to victory. That's over for me. I'm almost to the point where like I like games to be more experiences than games now. So I'm changing my philosophy. Like I want games to tell stories and elicit emotions and not just be like thinky brain burners that.
Oh, that's obviously a trajectory with Western Legends, and then.
Yeah. So. I can't say a lot of the stuff that I'm doing because like NDAs and things like that, but like for example, I'm working with IDW. They have this really cool game that is it's a game by a new designer who works. He's like a playtester for Roxley. I think he does some kind of junior development, but he's a new designer, Canadian guy, and it's a game about curating art. I know there's lots of games that are out there, but this game has some really interesting twists that I've never seen before, and I'm really enjoying it. So that's like something I can talk about. But I have some other big stuff coming up, and there'll be some announcements. I'm going to start a new publishing company. I already have a game. I've already got an artist. I'm basically doing my love letter to Akira and Stranger Things and Goonies and other stories where there are kid protagonists, but it's more like the Stranger Things Akira type vibe. But that'll hopefully be coming out. I'm looking to do a launch on that in Halloween. I don't have a name for my new company. I'm just kind of taking it day by day.
Why that level of ambition? Why not just focus on the game development design and let somebody else get? Why?
Because
I start the whole cycle all over.
No, I'm going to do a new brand, and I'm going to make. I promise you, I will make 2 games max a year.
Mhm.
2 games max for that brand.
There's your title. Your company.
I thought about calling it Games of Chance, and then I realized that comes with a lot of if one thing goes wrong, then I'm going to be getting play on words with my company name for the rest of my life. So anyway, I've been talking endlessly for a long time.
Yes, I believe Jim came in to talk about his professional ambitions.
Jim is here with his tapestries, ready to talk.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Your tapestry.
Yes. Tell us
Still
about
Have you
there.
played the game Tapestry?
I have not.
Nor have I.
I never play anything when I'm in the middle of making something.
Have you seen Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey,
That was easy. I'm sorry, what?
I was just wondering if Keith is gone, we could let Scott in. Aldi's in the queue.
Oh, I suppose.
Is Keith gone, or did he just
Do you
go
want
to
me
the
to?
restroom?
So much.
I am happy to leave if I am gumming up things.
Oh,
I didn't realize
well,
there was a
you again.
limitation on how many people.
Actually, here, there we go. Boom.
There you go. Look at him.
Barry's in.
And probably right side up now.
Is
Is
he in
it
the
true that
upside down
Barry's
still?
Christian? Is Barry's Christian name Barents?
No.
It's the Berenstein Bear.
So what's going on,
Christian
Jim? You
name is
working on some
Barry.
new stuff?
I'm sorry, what? Chance? Games of
So
Chance?
you working on some new stuff?
Yeah, I got Cosmic Frog coming out at Gen Con. So
Cosmic
Talk about
Fraud.
it.
Wow.
Tell us about it.
So Cosmic Frog, you play a 2 mile tall, invulnerable, immortal frog. And it's basically the Shadows of Malice universe. This planet's been destroyed, and there are shards of it floating around, and the first ones want to rebuild the planet. So they send out you guys, the frogs, as harvesters. So the basic mechanisms of the game include kind of pick up and deliver. You go to the shard, you fill your gullet full of land, and then you leap off the shard into the ether, and you puke it up in your little pocket dimension, your vault. And the way that you place the land items in your vault will determine your score. You want to, there's a trade-off between diversity points and placement points for the same types of land. And that's basically it. There's some combat where you punch someone so hard that the stuff from their gullet blows out of their gullet into your gullet. And there's raiding, where you can punch someone so hard you knock them into an outer dimension, and then you can raid their vault.
Audio, by the way. So apparently he can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Who can't hear what?
Travis just typed lost audio, and he's kind of making funny faces.
Well, I hope he finds it.
He looks like that all the time.
Log in and out again, Travis, because we can hear everybody.
Yeah. Here's $1. Buy a better computer.
I wonder if his headphones are dead.
Yeah, he's wearing wireless. He may have lost his audio.
He said they were Beats by Dre. I'm kind of sad he didn't say what he was drinking. He's drinking like cooking brandy or something because he doesn't have any other alcohol in the house.
Who's that?
Hello?
Hello.
Travis.
Yes. Sorry, I lost my audio. I am drinking cooking brandy. I can't drink beer. I have a gluten thing.
I have the same thing.
And Lance, I don't want you to start going on and on about how you saw some gluten-free reviewer that had 40,000 gluten-free reviews. None of that, please.
No, but there's a lot of people, and this, I'm not saying it's you, but there are a lot of people who like, oh, I need to be gluten-free, and it's like, they're like, yeah, I stopped eating bread and pasta and all these things. I feel so much better. It's because I had an allergy to gluten. No, you just stop eating loaves of bread and tons of carbs. That's why you started feeling better.
I had like a blood panel and all this stuff done, and like I basically, if I eat rice, if I eat anything, like my stomach, I get like a water belly, like just instant bloating and gas and awfulness. So I avoid it like the plague. I drink whiskey, which I know is distilled from grains, but
that would be a great a great evil supervillain group, the Blood Panel.
Wow.
That'd be a good. They could all be like doctors in real life, but then they would be like
vampires,
supervillains. Oh,
vampires.
See?
I make them phlebotomists.
Oh, there you go. No, the phlebotomist would be the grunts of the Blood Panels.
I have a cousin who's a phlebotomist, and I got to tell you, phlebotomy doesn't really. It's not a word that strikes terror in my heart. Phlebotomy sounds like a Billy Crystal character or something.
Well, was it supposed to strike terror? Or was it supposed to be kind of a goofy kind of thing?
Well,
legions of proctologists.
The Blood Panel.
My doctor's trying to get, like, I'm on all these medications now to get all these things fixed to me. So I have to go they go check my blood once every like 4 to 6 weeks. I go in, they take blood, and they all like almost. I wish. So it's one of those things where I get in there and I always seem to get the guy who's just gotten the I'm now graduated to sticking the needle in you position. So it's like the insertion of the needle into the arm doesn't bother me at all. It's when they're scraping around digging for the hold on. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, pal. And then after they fail 3 times, they have to stop. Like there's some rule that like after if you've tried to do it,
stick
they
you
have
more
to
than
stop.
3 times. Mm-hmm.
And then they move over to the other arm, and then they do it again, and then they send me home and tell me to come back in 2 days. I was like, can I not get Willie Goober on first day next time, and maybe
Willie Goober like that.
But anyway, go ahead. You were talking about Cosmic Frog.
So I basically gave the gist of the game. It's coming along very well. All the artwork is done. In fact, I put a link up on the weekly Alaboom Green Room. Did anyone get a chance to take a look at the art?
I did not see the link.
Well, it's actually, let me phrase that. Is there a link?
Hold on, let me take a look.
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, there is. I guess, is this a link? Yeah, it was gray. I scanned right past it, didn't even see it. No, it takes you to a page. Takes you to a page that needs a password.
Right, and the password's in the thing there. It's capital letters TWBG2020.
Gotcha.
Oh, this is pretty trippy looking.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, so there's 16 frog abilities. They're all overpowered. The game plays in about 45 to 90 minutes. It's 2 to 6 players, and you can play in teams or individually. The coolest part that I like about the game is that you build the shard at will. You lay down these barren tiles over the whole thing, and then you can put the land wherever you choose. So you can cluster it together, or you can spread it out into any landscape you want. But when you go through the action deck, so every frog has the same amount of turns per round through the deck. They're just randomized in terms of order. And there's basically a meteor card inside that each time you go through the deck that'll smack into the planet and wipe out land. And when it wipes out land, it fractures the shard. And when you get so many fractures, the shard breaks apart and the game ends. So the game ends at a random time. You can kind of guess when it comes because you know how many of the fractures are embedded in the barrens, and you know about how many will be taken out by one of these meteors. So you have an idea. Games usually last around 5 or 6 rounds through the action deck.
Cool. The art's pretty trippy. It's like some Sid Barrett type shit.
It's based on an artist named Beckett, who was sort of a 70s style artist.
That's why I said Sid Barrett. Pink Floyd,
Oh, I know Sid Barrett, but I didn't know he did artwork.
Just makes me think of some.
Makes you think of that trippiness, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It might just be that I dropped acid 20 minutes before the show, but I don't know.
Nice.
It mixes well with cooking brandy.
Doesn't everything?
Look at Rado. This is like, if we took a screenshot right now, that could be his presidential campaign picture. Rado, not here to fuck around. President Rado. Is it true that your name is Richard Ham? I don't want to talk about it. Rado, I want to ask you a personal question.
Okay.
If you had to pick one game right now, like fucking Taliban swings in through the windows of your house and they're like, you have to get rid of one game right now, what would it be?
Get rid of one game.
You have to pick one of those games on your shelf right now.
And
you have
sacrifice.
Yeah, no emotional connection. And
can I look around?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Taliban won't let you look.
The Taliban, they're like, we refuse to be called whatever our updated name is.
The first one,
you don't want to get rid of those Ray Ravensburger Leah games because then you'll maybe missing a number and you'll feel bad. Right? They get you with that shit. I tried that with Action Phase. And you know what the first thing people said was, I don't like that they put this number on this shit because now I got to buy all these games I don't want.
I guess I'd say Morels because it's effectively been replaced by Enchanters.
I just pulled that game out to play that game, and like I started reading the rules, but we were like tired, and so I haven't played that game since probably 2015. But I remember really liking it.
It's really good. It's really good. And actually thinking about it, no, I guess I wouldn't get rid of it because we have really fond memories playing it in city parks in France. So that's off the list. I like all these games.
Dungeon Pets.
No, my wife would never forgive me. That's easily in her top 3.
Tapestry.
Oh, I love Tapestry. Although, to be fair, I've played it like 15 times now, and that's pretty rare for me. So I guess it has gotten enough love. But I don't want to.
Explored everything. This is a tough question.
I would get rid of Dixit, but Jen loves it too much.
Oh, we play that constantly with the kids, so I can't get rid of it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I just got rid of like 150 games this week. It was easy.
When I moved to Florida, I didn't have enough. I still have a storage unit in Indiana, but I didn't have enough room in my storage unit, so I had to give away 200 games, and I gave them to my staff at Colossal, and it was seriously one of the most cathartic, awesome. Like they came out to my car, I opened the trunk, and they're like, "You don't want Scythe Custom Deluxe with the playmat?" And I'm like, "No,
it's just things.
I can just have it." And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Wait, Villainous? Didn't this just come out?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't like it. You can have it." It was awesome. It truly made them happy. Truly, truly. Pete, I got rid of the others because Raymond sent me that and I never played it. And he sent me like everything for it. And like one of my guys in the team were like I had like tears in his eyes. I've always wanted this game.
Yeah, it's hard to find now. It's out of print.
I gave away the Arcadia Quest, the one with like the expansion that goes for like $1,000 or
the painted deluxe one. Yeah,
I just gave it away. I was just like, you know what? I'm never gonna play this again. It's fun, but I'll never play it again. You can have it.
I've decided Legends of Andor 2 because it was very disappointing after how amazing the first Andor is, and the third Andor is even worse.
But my point is this, Rado, you should just get rid of it. This should just be like a domino effect type thing for you.
I got shelves. I got 2 more shelves over there, and I got shelves out there. I'm fine.
Keith, if you had to get rid of one of your games, what would you get rid of right now?
God, I got a stack of them at the door ready to leave now, so it doesn't really count.
Why are the roads so terrible near your town? Every time I drive to Indiana to see my kid, I feel like I'm going to die for 30 minutes near where you live.
So, talk about things I can get rid of right now on my stack to ditch. I've got
besides the nipple you keep shoving in the camera.
Yeah, all the Thunderstone Advanced stuff, Rising Sun, Defenders of the Last Stand, Mage Wars, Acid Darkness, all on the out the door pile right now.
What about you, Lance? If you had to get rid of one game in your collection right now?
Like I said, I got rid of like 150 games today.
Okay, so if you got rid of 151 games today?
Probably get rid of Clans of Caledonia.
Wow. I didn't realize you were racist.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't either. You said something that sounded like a place. What about you, Pete?
I've got the original coffin box of StarCraft with the Brood Wars expansion that I've never played and probably never will, and I know it's worth a lot of money because it's out of print, so I'd probably sell it.
Yeah.
That would be it probably because it takes up a lot of space. It won't fit in a calyx, so it's on top of one of my shelves. So I'd probably get rid of that. That's probably the next game to hit my call pile when I'm ready to do it again.
I am not like attached to anything anymore. It's like something changed like in me in the last year where I'm just like, you know what, like why? Because my play group is now my girlfriend and 2 10-year-old girls. So like
Imperium's in.
No. You know what's awesome about Lindsay and her kids is they anything that feels like it has loosey goosey rules, they're not interested in. So like if I try to show them something like coup or a dexterity game, they're like, nope. Like they want to win because they made smart decisions and won. So it's cool. So we do play lighter stuff, but Lindsay and I've never played Splendor so many times as I have in the last year. Oh my God, Splendor. Holy shit. I've played that game like 150 times. I played Wingspan a lot this year. I'm not a massive fan of it, but I've played it
me neither.
A lot. I feel like the eggs are really good. I feel like the goal cards trick you. They're like, do this really hard thing and we'll give you 3 points, or just shit 3 eggs out of your bird's ass and get the same amount of points. Lance, didn't we talk about this the other day?
Yeah, truth. Yeah. Eggs.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the game otherwise. I like parts of the game. That part feels off.
I'm not as attached anymore either. I've gotten rid of like 500 games over the last 3 or 4 months. I did a massive call in the last half of the year. I just got rid of anything that was still in shrink that I've owned for longer than 6 months.
What about you,
no
Jen?
space.
You're going to jettison something into space for aliens to discover, but you want it to be a testimony to what you don't care about anymore, not what you do. It's not an artifact of our civilization. It is quite literally what you do not want on this planet anymore. What is it? What game is it?
Legend of the Five Rings.
Wow.
That hurts.
The original? Hurts. You know, John Zinser somewhere is right now and his leg is hurting because you said that.
What did he say? I didn't catch that.
I tried to start playing that game 5 times, and every time I got halfway through, I'm just like, eh.
Which one was this?
That's because there's
L5R.
Legend of the L5R,
dude. Well, I mean, sometimes it isn't for certain people.
Yeah.
Do any of you guys play collectible stuff anymore?
Yeah, I do.
Nope. I played the Transformers game. I really like it.
I liked it too, but I got rid of that just because nobody in my area plays it. I have a couple collectible games, not as many as I used to. I think I have like 2 or 3 left.
I got about 12,000 Magic cards in my basement. I'm too lazy to categorize to sell.
Oh, you gonna be one of those guys that you're like, you got a Black Lotus and you're like, can't really be bothered to open this 500 count box.
I know. I just got shitloads of those things, and I'm just too lazy.
Think of all the tapestries you could add to your house.
I don't have enough wall space.
Hey, Rado, did you watch Jamie Stegmeier's video about why he liked Flotilla, and it had nothing to do? He said the thing he disliked the most about the game was the flipping the tiles over. The thing that makes the game, the thing that is the game, is the thing that is the least interesting to him.
I'm afraid to say I think Jamie's a great guy, but I have not really watched his show. It
was
like
interesting.
A nice topic.
I work with Mike and JB a lot, so the designers of that game. So Mike is the developer for my game, and they shared a link yesterday, and I watched the video, and it was like he was really passionately excited about it, but the thing he didn't like about the game was literally the thing that made the game what it was. I think you played that game, didn't you?
No, 3-player minimum.
You didn't do a review?
3-player minimum.
Oh shit! I have made like 2 games in 3 years that you could play, Rado, and I think one of them was Western Legends as a favor.
Kinda.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I make is contentious now.
Yes. I don't know what that says about you.
I don't know. Am I a mean person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't you go kicking and screaming into making Aeon's End cooperative, now that I think about it?
No.
Or was it Kevin who was opposed to that?
No. It was, so when we got Aeon's End, it was a head-to-head game. It was a deck builder. And literally, a lot of the portal, the breach mechanism was there, the delayed spells were there, but there were these things called curses, and you would buy them and you just make other people's decks terrible. And it was untenable. It was just like you griefed the hell out of the other player. And then like Nick and I really liked the game and we thought there was something there. And Kevin did just like this. I don't know if you know much about Kevin's background. He's like a professional StarCraft player. He like lived in Asia. He's like a video game designer. All this like he's.
Oh, I thought he was the Magic the Gathering professional, but it's StarCraft instead. Okay.
No, Nick played on the Pro Tour for Magic.
Oh, okay. Then.
Yeah.
I got the two of them.
So Kevin is just this really bright, analytical guy, and so we came to him, and then he just started talking about what's that game? League of Legends. He was just like, "Oh, what if we made it like League of Legends?" And then Nick was like, "Oh yeah, that sounds interesting." And he just, within a matter of a week, changed everything about the game, made it cooperative. And then my role in the team was like, what if we had a bad guy that did this? What if we had a bad guy that did that? And then we got rid of the shuffling. Like at one point, Kevin was just like, I hate shuffling. This sucks. And then that became like a mainstay. Yeah, that game has. I still remember you said this thing the first time you reviewed that game where you said, I don't know if you remember this. You said it made you question every cooperative game you've ever played and if it was truly cooperative or not.
I said such a thing?
Do you remember you said that? Because the
deep
game
shit.
No. The game does this interesting thing where like it puts you in this. It's the turn order deck, which that was my suggestion.
Yeah.
But I stole it from Scott Alm, so it's not
from Tiny Epic Defenders.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that one little wrinkle in the game makes it where you cannot plan. Even though there's so much control over everything, you're like, all right, cool. I'm going to do this, and you're going to do, oh, shit, the boss just took 4 turns in a row. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised. It's such a simple thing. I'm surprised more games don't take it. I mean, Tiny Epic Defenders, I'm sure there must be some others, but I can't think of any.
What are you talking about, a random turn order deck?
Yes. It's a very small deck of 6 or 8 cards with multiple copies of, hey, when this card comes up, player 2 gets to go. Now player 1 gets to go. Now the bad guy gets to go.
Yeah, so I use that in Cosmic Frog. Everybody's got
there you go.
A fixed number of turns, and they're randomized in the deck.
Yeah, and it makes for such interesting play because
and I did it. Someone asked me about it, and I said I felt that frogs were not really strategic, so it makes it a game that rewards adaptation rather than planning.
Frogs are not strategic. I learned something today.
Yeah, go figure.
Hey, I'm just guessing, not being a frog myself, and not wanting to challenge the froggily gendered.
Pretty big shade on frogs. What about toads?
What
about other amphibians?
And they test for environmental contamination. You know the first thing they check, Jim?
What's that?
Frogs.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. They do, and they're using it as a
because
barometer.
Frogs they're multi-environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like if something's going to be hurt by contamination, the likelihood of it is much higher than with frogs and with some other animals.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
But I do think it's a great mechanism.
Yeah.
I really like it. I've got some cool stuff. I got my little game that's coming out. It's a cooperative game, Rado, so you'll be able to play it.
So let me bounce a different mechanism off you guys. So I'm working on a game with a friend of mine about mining, and the way that we're structuring it is that whoever becomes the boss for the turn or the boss for the round, who's usually the last place player, chooses the order that people take their turns.
I'd have to see more to know how that impacts the gameplay. Sounds interesting. It sounds maybe procedural.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know like how the game plays out. So if you're telling me there's a portion of the game where someone stops and says, "Okay, what are you doing?" Oh, I want.
No. There's a fixed number. There's a fixed sequence of events. You mine, you sell, you buy, etc. But the order in which you do it is determined by.
Are there dwarves in the game?
Nope.
Thank God.
No dwarves. Too trite.
That's racist.
I fucking hate it. I hate that. I can't tell you as a publisher, like one of the things I hear the most is like, okay, here's the game. They're dwarves. No other fantasy races. It's dwarves. And guess what they're doing? They're mining shit out of the ground and drinking beer. Crazy revolutionary idea. I've probably heard that pitch 100 times.
No dwarves.
Not even kidding you. not funny. That idea is not funny or cool or interesting.
So should it be elves?
No, fuck all that.
Would you like to subvert expectations appropriately?
No, I mean, listen, tropes are tropes for a reason. I think it's just fine I like to take tropes and try to turn them on their head. I like to try to do justice by a trope. They're tropes for a reason, right? Like they got to trope status by there being some degree of merit
solid,
there. Yeah. So, whoa, is horsepower? Is Cameron Diaz here?
Oh, Bauer's in the Forrest is in the queue.
Oh, hold on. Hey,
he can yell about Yang for 3 minutes, and then we can rotate him out.
Well, Yang's dead, baby. Yang's dead. He's out.
He's still with a couple of years, but yeah,
I'd really, in all seriousness, if you could not joke about it, because it really fucking hurts. I mean, like really thoroughly and deeply.
I was pretty upset.
What are you talking about?
He dropped out of the race.
Yeah.
And very. I mean, and he just basically said because his whole his policy was math or whatever, make America try harder. And he said, "I'm a big believer in math, and the math says I will not get the nominations, so I'm not going to waste people's money and have them give me money when it won't be used."
Ironically, I just donated $90 the night before.
Oh,
dispute it on your credit card.
I'm not going to.
Travis was curious. The presidential candidate that me and Richard were very, very, very fond of.
No, I mean, I that doesn't even go far enough. I mean, he's the first politician in my lifetime that I've ever given enough of a damn about to actually. I mean, I've given him $300+ bucks. I seriously considered going out and door to door knocking for him. He would have literally transformed the world and made our lives and the lives of all of your children better. I mean, it's the world. I mean, seriously, was not ready for him, and it's a real shame. I mean, it is genuinely, deeply spiritually heartbreaking for me. So I know you want to joke about. I seriously thought maybe I shouldn't get on tonight because they'll probably want to joke about it. So I'm just, as a favor, please don't joke about it. I know you want to, but it's a fucking dark day.
Richard, I am there with you. Ever since that,
Lance is having such a hard time with this.
And the worst part was,
out of respect to my friends, I will not say anything.
I appreciate it.
Part of all this was yesterday. They had the first 1% in second place, but it was only like 30 votes from some weird ass ballot that was an early one. But it was still like, oh my gosh, is this happening tonight? Because it was make or break. And I really respect how he got out of it, though, saying, because he knows the people donating money to him need that money. Like, these are people who are bus boys and teachers and people who actually need the money. And so he's like, I'm not taking any more of that money. I'm out.
Time out. How do you know it comes from those people?
Because his average contribution was I know for a couple reasons. First, I'm very active in the Andrew Yang community, both on Reddit and on Twitter. So,
okay, but then show me like statistics, show me like stats that show that.
All those stats are readily available. His his campaign, like all other campaigns, had to report all of their income. So you can go look that stuff up if you want.
But you can donate. You can donate.
The average donation
you
was, I forget, high 20s, low 20s, something like that.
Are you trying to in some way insinuate that perhaps he was a shell who was put forth by billionaires?
Not even a little. I'm just saying that you're making a comment that can be proposed to be accurate, but cannot be proven to be accurate.
But Lance, Brado said that he doesn't want to hear about it. So
I think it sucks to the left. I filled out the thing that said which one. I filled out the political thing that was, I did it honestly, and I answered each question how I truthfully felt, and it said that the number one person for me on the Democratic ticket was Yang. So I mean, I will fully admit that like I think it would have been great if he had gotten elected.
So I'm going to tell Travis, because do you know anything about Andrew Yang really? Do you follow politics that much?
So let me tell you a little bit about when Trump was impeached. I only knew because I went to get chocolate milk for the girls' school, and it was in a fucking newspaper stand outside of Dunkin' Donuts, and I walked up and I was like, what the fuck? Trump was impeached. and then I'm just like furiously on my phone
Okay,
trying to figure out what's going on.
Andrew Yang, he has many proposals, like 150 of them, that are going to change society if they get through. But his big one was a universal basic income. So every single adult over the age of 18, obviously, would get $1,000 a month, just no strings attached, to spend it on whatever they would want, and
for the rest of their lives.
Yes. He also
so households of 2 or 3 are bringing in $2,400 a month, $3,600 a month. It was basically the ultimate wealth redistribution scheme to basically suck it out of Amazon and give it to everybody else. He would, had he been elected and had he gotten that signature proposal through, poverty would have been eliminated in our lifetime, completely and totally. My brother, who has been homeless on the streets of Seattle for half a decade now, would have a home. He would have a chance of surviving till he is 50. Every single parolee who gets out of prison has a reason not to go back, fall into recidivist ways, because as soon as you go to prison, you're giving up $1,000 a month. It would have just changed everything. And it is the absolute necessity of the evolution of human society, because as we move further and further along towards post-scarcity, 100 years ago, a farm took 50 people to bring in the crops. Now it takes one person and some robots. 100 years from now, there will not be jobs for people, except for very, very few who are charismatic enough to have a good YouTube show, or creative activities, or soft skills, caregiving and stuff like that. There will not, and at the same time that jobs, bare bones jobs that just anybody can do are disappearing because they're all getting automated away. We are continuing to be in the middle of a population explosion. So all these things combine to the absolute necessity to fundamentally change the rules of society. He would have been the first step towards literally a Star Trek future. And he's gone. Or at least for 4 years. I'm sure he'll be back in 2024.
Well, listen, just because I don't follow the news religiously doesn't mean, I just got my license in Florida. I begrudgingly did so, but I registered to vote and I got my voter's card, and I certainly will be trying to fight the good fight against Hair Khan this election. Hairs and this fucked up hair. So yeah, I don't know what other people's political dispositions are, whatever, but in some ways I live life a little too microcosmically, perhaps. I was very passionate about the last election, and I remember whenever the votes came through, I was waiting for like M. Night Shyamalan to like cartwheel into the room and be like, "Gotcha, motherfucker!" Like, I thought for sure. I was like, "Wait, what? How the fuck was everyone like rollerblading, or were all the Democrats rollerblading that night or that day? What the fuck happened?" And it's not been a great 4 years, but it certainly was. I thought for sure would have been far more Orwellian than it's turned out. It's just been embarrassing, right? Like I remember when I went to Paris for the first time when George W. Bush was in office, and I was being railroaded by every person I spoke to like I worked in fucking Congress. Like they're like, "How could you let this man be in office?" I'm like, "I'm a fucking bartender. I don't know, like I don't make these level of decisions, all right? I didn't vote for the fucking guy. I don't like how big his ears are. I'm not interested." So, and this is far more embarrassing. Just totally embarrassing. Like the idea of just like a 70-year-old man on the toilet at 3 a.m. fighting on Twitter who's in charge of nuclear missiles is fucking mind-blowingly ridiculous. It's like the movie Idiocracy come to life.
Not been particularly Orwellian for us. We're a bunch of white dudes. We're doing okay. Trump's America is tailor-made for us.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know how many thousands of kids have yet to be returned to their parents on the border.
Oh, for sure.
They've just literally been lost in the system and may never see their parents again because Donald Trump is in office.
I would, and this is not me name dropping, but like I went out to the South Park studios in September, and the first episode of the new season of South Park was about these camps, right?
Yeah.
Like these camps, and how like quite literally like they are the fuel that will make the next generation of just bitter, angry, like the Mexican Joker was the name of the episode. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like watching this episode be made like in the studio, and I'm just like, this is like it's just dawning on me as I see this, right? Like in this really weird opulent context on top of everything else, so it's even more jarring. But yeah, I saw a bumper sticker yesterday, and I couldn't tell what it said because it had a bunch of bird shit all over it. And it said, no, and it was quite literally like free them from the camps bumper sticker, and it had like a small child on it, and so it's I don't know.
Yep, that's
I
the
don't
world we
want to
live
go
in.
to.
But
This is
to
the world we
change the
live in.
topic, what were you doing at South Park Studios? That is surely more upbeat and fun to talk about.
I met Trey at
God
Gen
damn,
Con,
I
and we
fucking met that guy.
Yeah, he was at Gen Con. He walked around a bunch.
Gen Con. That's my mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I met him, and he said, "Do you want to hang out and play games?" And I hung out and play games, and he said, "Do you want to come out to the studio and talk about some stuff?" And so I flew out there, and I hung out for 5 days, and it was awesome. I mean, it was
5 fucking days. Holy shit! Whoa! When are you gonna
it was awesome.
That shit.
No,
That is
there's nothing else to talk about. There's nothing else to talk about.
I don't.
There's nothing else to talk about.
I don't believe
I hung
that.
out with him. I went to his house. He played games.
It's coming out of South Park. Huge.
He had a giant claymore laying on his chaise lounge in his game room, and a bunch of dogs were laying. He just like walked into the room with like a claymore, and he was just like, "This is what do you think of this shit?" And I'm like, "It's pretty cool." My favorite part of the whole trip was we went to his house. He like had and again, I'm not name dropping or bragging, and I really not, like, it was awesome. I was completely humbled. He's like this massive, like, I like South Park, but I liked South Park for what I thought South Park was about. And then when I went there, I realized what South Park was about. Like, I realized how smart it was when I was there. My favorite part of this was the entire time we were there, he was just wearing Colorado themed t-shirts the entire time. So we go to his house. He has like a French chef making us food. You know, he has his like lead animator and his lead creative director guy there. They're all gamers. They're all just like massive gamers. And then he's like, "You guys want a drink?" And we're like, "Sure." And he's like, "I have like a red wine." And he goes on to like explain how it's like this, you know, old expensive red wine. And I have Coors Light. Like, those are the two things that he had. It was awesome. It was really cool. But he was a really nice guy. The coolest part was the entire second floor of his house was rabbits and cats. And he built like a walkway down the side of his house so that the rabbits and the cats could go down into the garden and just kind of hang out with each other.
That's amazing.
That was the cool
thing about Trey Parker. What about Matt Stone? I guess he is not a hardcore.
He was there. No, he's not really a gamer. He's more like a fitness guy. But like Trey's team, like almost everyone that works for him, he knew in high school or middle school. Like he brought every single person along for the ride. Like his producer, Ann Garofino, she was like forced to. I might be misremembering the story. Like I think that the person that was the producer of South Park got promoted in Viacom, and then she was put on the show, and she was like, "There's no fucking way I'm gonna do this." And then 23 years later, she's still there. Like he takes very good care. Like his loyalty is just unerringly deep, and he's a cool. Like the last time I hung out with him, we played Gaslands, and he just walked in the room and dumped like 100 Matchbox cars on the table, and it was like me, him, and Becca Scott and some other people, and he's just like, we're playing Gaslands, and he's just like full of childlike joy, just like, you know, the rules kind of like something happened and a bunch of some people got eliminated, and he was just like, you know what, let's just pretend like that didn't happen. Like you know, look, let's just keep playing, let's just keep having fun. Just a really nice guy, like a really cool guy. Like you know, I was a musician before I made games, and like I've met Elton John. I went on tour with the Buzzcocks. Like I've done cool shit in my life. Meeting him was the coolest thing, the most like crazy, weird thing. Like playing Horrified with him at Gen Con while he and his friends like were eating chicken wings. And like we go out for drinks, and he's like, "Can I taste your beer?" You know, like just weirdly down to earth, but yet next level eccentric, just a really cool guy. I mean, I literally have not one bad thing to say about him, and not under threat of duress. Like, he is a cool guy that loves games, and he really wants to use the show as a platform to show that he cares a lot about games. So
was Western Legends your path into his orbit? Because didn't they feature it really prominently?
It was in one of the
twice.
episodes in the background.
It was in 2 episodes.
And it wasn't just in the background. They were playing it, weren't they, at one point?
Yeah. Well, it was an episode about, like a Catholic priest who was seemingly into an inappropriate relationship with a child. And then the second episode was about the girl gamer club. And Western Legends was in there. A bunch of games were in there.
Yeah.
Now, Travis, does his crew smoke?
No, there was no.
Well, no, it's
Of course, with the riveting question.
No, they've made episodes about marijuana, and it's some of that humor is very out there. I thought it was a reason. I mean, they're in Colorado. I doubt they give a fuck.
No, I mean, nothing like that happened. The only time we actually did anything other than play games was the night that I hung out with him at Gen Con. So every other thing that at his house, we had like wine and stuff, but no, he's got a little girl, and his little girl's really cute, and he loves animals. I don't know, like, he's just like, I wish I had some scandalous weird thing to share with you, but like, I don't. Like, he's just
I don't consider that scandalous.
He's like a really cool, just really cool. I mean, it was weird to be getting texts from him. Like, I was just like, what the fuck like is happening in my life? And then the other guy was Travis Oates. Do you know Travis Oates?
Is that the guy that's the producer of the show that he works on the board game?
Yeah,
show?
but he more interestingly, he's the voice of
he's
Piglet.
doing the variety show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he's the voice of Piglet.
Yeah, and the voice.
He was a Canadian child actor.
Oh, really?
He's the voice of. He took over as the voice of Piglet on Winnie the Pooh. And when he talks, you can fucking hear the voice of Piglet, which is just the
they came
weirdest
by
thing.
our booth at Gen Con to check out the Tebaru system, so I got to meet both of them. I didn't know Travis, but I obviously recognized Trey immediately and freaked out and had my fanboy moment.
Oh yeah, the coolest thing that Trey did when we were there was like Becca came and her husband came, and like she was like, "Hey, I would love to meet him," and then she ended up putting her in like an episode or something later. But he like comes in the room. He's like doing the tour of the studio, which is just like everyone that works there is happy. They're like happy to work there, And these guys they work 100-hour weeks when they're in production. They don't go home because they do. They don't. Did you ever see that Comedy Central thing where they have like a 6-day turnaround? Like they literally have no fucking clue what the next episode is going to be about. He's just like, Trey goes in a room. Trey and Matt, they write it, they make it, and like. I got to sit in the room when he was giving direction, and he's so smart. I mean, he's just insanely, just like things. He's like, okay, I think this guy, like, he's like moving around, but like, I think his hand should be moving more. And like, why is he over here on the left when he should be on the right? When you think about it, he should be on the right because this is where this stuff is oriented. I mean, like his direction was just like next level. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so Becca came, but he just goes into the booth and does audio, and he just does Towley or whatever, or Mr. Hanky or something, like just then and there, and it was just weirdly surreal to watch him doing it. He's like doing Randy and another character talking at the same time, doing both in one take. It was awesome. I mean, it was career-wise the coolest thing I've ever been a part of, and I feel very, very lucky to have done it. Sorry, that ends my whole Starfucker rant. Lance hates South Park.
No. I mean, I watched it when I actually watched TV. So, but it was. I've enjoyed it. I haven't seen any episodes probably in 6-7 years.
Oh wow!
Well,
The last
the
two
newer
seasons have been really
stuff's
good. Yeah, the new stuff's real
the
good.
new stuff's really good.
I think you should do a review in that monotone voice you just put there, Lance. I think it'd be great.
What?
I really love South Park.
That may be too exciting for his viewers.
I like the deck building aspect of the game. It was probably my favorite part. It was really fun. I gotta talk about Mombosa. I finally got to play that tonight, and wow.
Which game?
Mombosa?
Mombasa?
Mombasa.
Yeah, there you go. Fuck that. I played Cosmic Encounter tonight. It was really good.
Whose accent was that making fun of? I don't understand the joke.
I don't know.
Okay.
Either way, I thought Mombosa was fantastic. Holy moly!
Oh, you're genuinely saying Mombosa instead of Mombasa.
I don't. Is it a country?
He doesn't care. He's stoned.
Oh,
No. But is it a country? Is the country city?
Wasn't it the father lion's name in
Mufasa?
Lion King?
No, is it Mombosa or Mombasa?
Mombasa.
Mombasa.
Mufasa.
Either way, I thought that game was amazing. It just blew my mind.
How's your campaign going, Forrest?
It's not for a couple of years. I'm going to learn a lot more in 17 days, actually. We got the Democratic training camp thing where they're going to set people up, and I'm going to learn. From what I've been talking to people, they're like, you should probably run earlier. So I might end up running for something next year, like county council, because there's like, even if you lose, if you're the only Democrat running, I mean, it's going to give you experience. It's going to get you some people. It's going to get you some money. And so
wow,
I'm going to learn a lot more in a couple weeks. But I'm excited. I'm trying to keep active, posting on my local like news channels, Facebook, and posting something like once a week about, something I feel strongly about. Like the whole, I got this idea for a homeless camp, and I posted about it. And then somebody else steered me to like a really amazing homeless camp in California, and I'm learning a lot. All inspired by Yang, humanity first. So,
but I think you should use body double for Cameron Diaz as part of your reasons to vote.
Body double?
Look at Lance. What's going on, Lance?
Not much.
Are you looking at orc porn right now?
No, sir. Is that a thing? Is that a genre?
It is.
I got to Google that.
I did.
Orc porn.
I had a
porn videos on Pornhub.
I did like the one Rick and Morty episode.
Wow.
I like the one Rick and Morty episode.
Oh my goodness! Don't look at images.
Why would you do this?
Oh my goodness gracious! I'm going back to you. Going back to the safety and warm embrace of my friends.
Six guys, one orc porn. What do we?
Thanks for that.
I'm not saying it's just two girls, one shield.
Oh jeez.
No, the Rick and Morty episode where the Mortys go on the quest and they get to the hole and you're supposed to throw in the thing that you love the most and make a wish, and the one throws in and he said I want the genre of incest porn to be more readily accessible for a friend.
Did you watch that snake episode of Rick and Morty in the new season?
Yes, that was a good episode.
That was so amazing. That was really, really, really amazing.
Oh, what?
Rick and Morty is the only show that I like actively try to pirate to find streamable ability to watch because it's just by and large just fantastic television.
Do you watch Venture Brothers?
Oh yeah, but I kind of lost track of it as well. Venture Brothers is really good too.
Yeah,
I didn't
seasons and somehow I lost track.
I didn't watch the last season, but I religiously loved it. Yeah, I never watched Archer.
That's weird. Archer, Venture Brothers, and Rick and Morty are like the three things I actively track down.
Yeah, they're all good.
That's a good trilogy or triumvirate or Infinity.
Brado, will you promise me that when you die, your last words will be "Oh"?
I don't know if that have the same meaning for whoever might be there, unless you're going to be there.
No, I know, but you need to make the nurse think that you forgot something, like right before you died.
Well, Travis, Travis, your last word should be, "The treasure is buried." Just trail off.
Yeah, treasure is. Mine will probably just be something rude. Lance, your last words will be what is and then Fargo and then that'll be your last word.
Actually, it probably will be at least Travis died before me.
My favorite thing Barry ever said was at Origins or some convention where I was just like, "What's going on, Barry? What you gonna do?" He's like, "I'm gonna get a fucking drink."
That's a very Barry thing to say.
My recent Forrest had me laughing my butt off in a grocery store like about a month ago when we were talking about something and he was saying, "Oh yeah, December it was awesome. I made $20 on my left, center, right video alone." And I was like, "It's $20." He's like, "Hey man, $20. It's $20." I was like, "That's if any one line encapsulates Forrest's life, it's like he's like, that's gonna be on my motherfucking tube."
Every time Forrest comes up at Gen Con, I don't know who that camera guy is, but he always looks at me like, "Oh shit, here we go." And then Forrest will ask me something, and then I'll try to out-weird him. And then at the end, Forrest out-weirds me by being like, "Hey, Travis, if you let me ask you a question for our fans. If you had to have an erection in any brand of scuba gear, which brand of scuba gear do you wish to have an erection in?" And I'm like, "Okay, O'Neill." Like, "Hey Travis, if you had to force feed a cicada oatmeal and you found out later that the cicada was actually genetically related to you through an ancestor, how would you feel?"
You think I should really weird? Maybe this should be the year that I weird up my questions hard.
Your shit was weird to begin with, Forrest. I've been through one of your interviews before.
You were
freaking
weird. Do you know when you left the booth last year at Gen Con, one of the people said, "What was up with that guy?" And I said, "He had a really serious head injury in a jet ski accident."
Yeah, I got my own brand. I got it laid.
Yeah.
You've got a brand.
You are like the Dennis Miller of head injuries. Irreverent humor, non-ending. If you guys want to see pornography, hold on, I'll show you my cat. My cat's name is Ron. We adopted him. We quibbled about what to name him. No one ever came up with a name, so his fucking name is Ron.
Why name a cat? Ron. They never come anyway. I mean, when you
no, this guy does. Look at this guy.
Oh, Ron. We all acknowledge that Travis just said, "If you like porn, check this out."
And then he shows us a cat.
If you like porn, you'll love my cat with a white penis and orange balls. He's the greatest. Ron is the best. He is one of the two best cats I've ever had. Although he did walk up to me today and bite me on the ear as hard as he could for no reason. He is seriously just a little cool, really cool dude. He's a really, really cool dude. I knew when we saw him at the little place and we adopted him that he was special. And then my other cat sort of looks like if you took 30 pounds of mashed potatoes and put it in a dirty pillowcase, that's what she looks like. She's just this very Jabba the Hutt like. She's very scared. Her name is Tuesday, but we call her Tootie Boots. That's all my cat stories.
So are you not?
What's that?
You say he's got balls, so you're not going to get him fixed, or is that just part
no? He doesn't have balls. It's just like an empty satchel type situation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the rubies have been removed from his pouch long ago.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, we got him fixed. Are you anti-fixing cats?
No, I'm very pro, and I was going to try and talk you into it if you hadn't.
Yeah, no, we got him fixed. He's a good guy, but he's still, that's his setup, orange and white, creamsicle style.
Hey, you're in Tampa. That makes sense.
I like that are you from St. Pete and your name is Pete?
Yes.
But why don't we call you St. Pete?
I lived in St. Pete for many years, but I'm
call you St. Pete.
I've had worse.
You get a lot of that. Living in St. Pete, you get a lot of that because I live on Forest Avenue and I get that shit all the time.
Do you really live on Forest Avenue?
I live on Forest Avenue, yeah. Thought we were going to have an empathetic moment there, Pete. Said you laughed.
I thought your house was known as that house that all those kids died in with the Notebook poster.
Jesus.
I don't know.
You know, I'm like 99% impervious to Travis Chance's like random esotericism. Like that one,
tonight you're not. You're losing horribly.
No, that one worked. I'll give him that.
It's probably not a good idea that I'm talking and I don't have an institution to protect me anymore. So.
Yeah, I missed this Travis on the boom. This is a in between jobs, Travis.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lance and I, you know what? I did a thing in the last after I got a divorce. I really kind of shrunk my life down, and so in the process of that, I stopped talking to people I care about, like Lance, and I'm trying to make more of an effort. Me and Lance's normal MO is. When I'm driving somewhere, I would call Lance, and then inevitably we would talk for way longer than we intended to, and I would just be sitting parked, idling, burning half a tank of gas while we were talking about something. So I'm trying to start that back up slowly but surely. Lance and I have talked 3 times in a week.
Yeah, it's been good. It's fun. I like talking to you, Travis.
I like talking to you, pal, buddy.
It's a good vent time. To like talk about things that are annoying us, and also bouncing ideas and crap off of each other too. So,
for sure.
No,
your hatred runs deep. I like listening to it.
My boss Shane actually said that because he asked me about somebody who I will not mention. There's nobody here, and I said, I said I fucking hate that guy, and he's like, what are you talking about? I see you talking to him all the time. And he's like, yeah, I know. And he's like, but it's like you're like smiles. And I was like, yeah, I know. And he's just like, oh, I thought you like were friends with them. No, not even close. So yeah, no. And he goes, this is awesome. I never knew you hated so many people. I love this. He's just like, and I don't hate. It's just there are definitely people that either I know who have. Let me down in some way behind the scenes that they don't know that I know about, and it's just kind of one of those where, whatever, and I'm sure I've done that to people as well. We're all human. We all have our foibles, but I think that most people foibles. Yeah, I am not perfect by any means, but I also know that if somebody and I forgive very easily, but there are also people that I just like, all right, just smile and nod and say hello, how are you? That's awesome. I really hope the best for you and this, that, and the other thing. And then, but just keep them at arm's length and don't let them get into the gears of your life, because most likely they'll just screw something up.
Listen, I'll tell you this much: the last 3 people who have been ousted from the industry, I had axes to grind with years before anyone said anything. So I've had to sit back quietly and go, and not have an "I told you so" moment. So it's a scary world out there, though. So running around and being mean, and that's one thing. Like that's something I've learned in the last year too. I've had a lot of professional jealousy. And I've shit talked a lot. And Lance, I feel safe shit talking with you because it's,
Well, you usually shit talking me, so I mean,
No, we're shit talking our parents.
Yes.
Yes. God damn those parents.
Who installed all of their. How's your dad doing, by the way, Travis?
He's okay. My dad has like a very rare genetic disorder where he has type 1 and type 2 diabetes at the same time. It's pretty brutal. And he was forced to retire, and he's just home and lonely, and he does weird things like text me, "Why don't you love your grandpa?" And I'm like, I don't really know my grandpa. The last time he talked to me, he yelled at me for pissing on a toilet seat when I was 7. So I don't really know what I remember he yelled at me, and the first thing I said was, "Grandpa, talk to me," because I'd never heard him speak before. So, but no, my dad's okay. He's good. My dad's doing good. It was weird. I went up to Indiana for New Year's. Me and Lindsay and her girls, we went up to see my girl, and my dad and my nephew went up to Indiana at the same time. So we all got to hang out. And my nephew is like a amateur fighter, like a cage fighter. And it's
I don't think
the weirdest.
heard cages anymore, but go ahead.
Well, whatever the fuck you call it, like the Ultimate Fighter shit, like
MMA stuff.
And he works at Walmart and is like a gladiator in his spare time. It's been an interesting thing. I didn't talk to him for 7 years of his life, and now he's in my life, and I'm like I've been elected to be the male role model for him, and it's not going well. I feel like if I had a niece, it would be going better, but my testosterone ridden, my nephew who tells me things like I could take your girlfriend if I wanted to, just apropos of nothing. Be like, your girlfriend's pretty good looking for as old as she is. I'm like, wow, you should say that to her out loud. And then he's like, nah, I could have her if I wanted her. And I'm like, cool. So I guess I'm going to make you tacos now because you don't have a job beyond Walmart and you have no money and you came here to borrow gas money. Cool. Having a nephew is great. So he's very Florida. He's very Florida.
What does
He's
that
a
mean?
Good boy.
Florida is a different kind of crazy.
Florida is its own, like there was a guy an hour from here a month ago that was arrested because he climbed on top of a street, like a traffic light pole, and was shitting on cars as they took
Yeah.
Right now it's negative 33 right now in Moorhead, and with wind chill it's negative 52. So
cool.
It's supposed to get up to -1 tomorrow. We're gonna have
life
a heat wave.
choices.
I'm just
I
saying,
went running in shorts and a t-shirt today.
Oh yeah, it's so cold outside. You can do the whole thing where you can have a pot of boiling water and like throw it up, and it evaporates immediately. It like freezes and evaporates immediately.
Are you, Forrest? Are you getting the snowstorm like 9 inches, 6 to 9 inches?
I know we got a good deal, but it stopped. I haven't checked in a while though. School's closed. That really sucks. That means I got to go in super early.
I know, no new victims, eh?
Jesus.
Vote for Forrest Bauer or else.
All the parents that I've told in my class were very, very supportive. So that was a good sign. That was a good sign.
You know what? I've actually, because of Lindsay's kids, they're extremely active in school. So for the last 2 years, I've done the Great American Teach-In, where I've come in and done a presentation on working in the game industry. And like I said, I found out about Trump being impeached by purchasing hot chocolates. And that's pretty much the school is the only reason I know anything's happening in the world. So Rado, how are you liking living in America again?
Oh, it's nice. Things are very easy.
Sobering. You don't miss Malta?
God, no. I don't think about it at all. We kind of left on bad terms with Malta.
What did they evict you?
Did you, on the last day, did you go there? Did you say fuck you to the post office for all the packages they like bonded with over the years?
I think I've told them that plenty of times on the phone directly. So I don't know. They needed a parting, but no, there was a handful of shit that just went to hell in our final days in the country. They left a really bad taste in our mouth. We lost like 20% of our personal belongings because the moving company didn't do a good enough job strapping them to whatever pallet it is, and they went overboard somewhere in the sea. And wow, we're never going to see that. And Malta has like really strict rules about importing cars because, of course, it's a tiny country and they already have way too many. And we actually brought our car from England. But we had been told, hey, since you already owned it for more than 7 years, you do not have to pay the import tax. We're like, great, okay, we'll bring it in. And so we were going to sell a car to the girlfriend of a friend, and we gave her a really good deal. And we'd been over here for about 2 weeks. She said, yeah, I went down to the tax office to try to get it transferred over to me. And then suddenly the huge tax import of, I forget what it was, 2,000 euros she was hit with. And so she started getting rude with us and stuff like that. And we're like, fine. So we basically sold a perfectly good convertible 2-seater for like $300.
Wow.
because nobody told us this was going to happen, because that's the way most.
Well, you live in
there's
America. You don't need a car.
shit like that really just left us just kind of.
Travis,
Where do you?
Did you say you don't need a car in America?
Yeah, I was being ironic.
Oh, I was going to
I was
say.
being facetious. Where do you live, Rado? You live in Washington State somewhere?
We live in Southern Washington, just outside of Portland, Oregon.
Good old Portland.
Come on by.
You ever go to Beaverton?
I've been to Beaverton, yes, on more than one occasion.
When I was on, my band was on tour once. We had one of those things on top of our van with all of our clothes in it, and then it just flew off and hit a cop car in Beaverton. So that's the only reason why I remember Beaverton. I lost all my clothes and got pulled over by a cop in the process.
I have no story about Beaverton.
No?
It seems nice.
Portland's cool. I went to an 1980s vintage toy museum when I was there. It was pretty cool.
Yep.
It was only 80s toys.
The best toys.
So, like, if they got released in January 1st, 1990, they threw them away. They wouldn't sell them, or what?
That's precisely right.
You've got it. 80s toys.
It's weird.
Unless, of course, they're the ones who subscribe to the a decade doesn't actually start till 1991, and 1990 is still part of the 80s.
Can we just take a moment to marvel at Forrest's basement, where there's a Cylon calendar, a notebook poster, a Zach Galifianakis inflatable hangover doll laying on its side?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, and big shirtless Forrest coming back.
Oh, and then Forrest just took his shirt off. I always wanted to see Cameron Diaz naked, so now I finally get to see.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was. Yeah,
you didn't realize you were
wearing the hoodie, even though. I'm surprised. Did Michael say he couldn't sponsor your YouTube channel anymore?
Yeah, I sent him an email, and he said, and I was assuming, writing is on the wall. I was like, hey, and plus I'm asking for more. I'm asking now to see if it's possible to get a hotel room just for Gen Con and the 3 exhibitor passes is what I'm asking for the company. And he was like, our main goal is not to spend money, and it was fine.
Well,
I got paid the first year anyway, and I just was like, oh well, I'm not gonna vote about it because it's a good deal.
The hotel room though, that's a lot of money depending on where you stay. I mean,
you got to get it. You got to get an Airbnb, homie.
I should do that. Well, we won the hotel lottery, so we got 2 blocks away.
No. Yeah, I saw that I signed up for my whatever I got my exhibitor bet. No, my not exhibitor. I can't even talk. Media, my press pass, whatever. And then they sent me my time, and it was like 5:48 p.m. I was like, well, I'll be staying by the airport if I use that. So I was just like, I have never won that lottery once in my life.
This is the first time. We actually got 2 press passes this year, which was amazing. I talked to Stacia, and she got us 2 press passes instead of 1, which, yeah. So we had 2 lottery tickets pretty much, and we got $12.20 on one of them.
And then it opened up at 12, right?
Yeah.
I stayed in a hotel at Gen Con because I always lived in Indianapolis, so I always just drove home, which is miserable, right? Because you're going to go home, and I lived in the Northeast side, so it was a little bit of a hike, 30 minutes. But last year was the first year that I stayed in a hotel at Gen Con, and I won't say who, but I will say a semi-prominent member of a network I was in a hotel with, and I was talking, and they touched my face and forced me to make eye contact with them and said, "Look at me when I speak to you."
Oh man, J.R. Honeycutt stayed in my room.
Cool.
Yeah, I got
good luck. Good luck.
Actually, and then
good luck.
He is staying with you or no?
Oh, he did. Cool. He gave me two nights last year because we had a big old room at the Omni. There was probably 6 of us in there, and he was supposed to stay the whole time. I gave him a really good deal because I just broke it up 6 different ways, and he only stayed 2 nights. And yeah, it was weird.
Still having a hard time getting that sponsorship, huh?
Well, no, I've never asked for it before. I always just run the Kickstarter. It's just the Kickstarter's so much stress. that I don't want to have to deal with. So
I don't know anything about Kickstarter. I've only done 32 of them.
Yeah.
Well, that's great for me. Well, I'm also, I'm one dude, and I wasn't making money off of the Kickstarter. It was just the incentive was to go to Gen Con. Pretty much all the money I used for the Kickstarter was to pay for Gen Con or Origins or S in the 1 year. Whereas I could definitely see if I was making more money off of it, it would be something that I would have more energy for. I guess if that makes sense. I don't know.
Rado, why don't you do a Kickstarter and an Indiegogo?
I do neither of those things. I'm just doing Patreon these days.
Why?
Why did I switch? Because I was just trying to make my life as simple as possible. And a Patreon is basically just a passive background thing that I don't really have to do much for. I don't have to create stretch goals or backer rewards. Just every video of mine, if you click the little eye in the top right corner, there's a link to go to Patreon. I never tell anybody to do it. And
you prefer that?
Oh, God, yeah. Well, as you yourself know, as the proud creator of 32, if I recall correctly, Kickstarters, it's incredibly stressful. I imagine the 32nd was only slightly less stressful than the first. And
no, I think they get easier, actually.
Yeah.
I'm Pete, right? You've done. You guys have. You're in the.
We're doing one right now.
Mm-hmm. Once you do that, and Lance, you've set up a bunch of Kickstarters.
Yep.
I will say though,
I like one that's going on right now for Tortuga 21.99. Deck building space pirate game. It's in its last 24 hours.
I will say, in my defense, one thing that I have that's unique is I'm trying to work. I normally have like 20 or 30 publishers I'm working with, and so I'm trying to get all those publishers talking to 20 or 30 different people, which is much more difficult, I think. At least for me. I'm not good at coordinating, and like that always stressed me out. And then there was the 1 year I did 100 backers, and they each got like this crazy promo bag that had like 50 promos in it from a whole bunch of different companies. And so it was a lot. And it's just not for me. I mean, that's one thing that just stressed me out, I guess.
Yeah, I never wanted to go down that road. I'm sure you probably offered at one point, Travis, to do a Rado promo card if I wanted to put them in, but I never really wanted to do that. So we had to actually hand make all of the promos. And
you told me you were very nice. You're like, just support my Kickstarter. You never said what, and then I tried to support at a higher level. So I have little meeples that Jen has made. I still have them. Oh. I have a big one. I have a very big one.
Oh, do you? You have a mega?
Yeah, and then I have a little guy. My current partner is not a fan of meeples. She doesn't like words that aren't real words. So
hold on.
So they're in storage.
I'd be surprised if it isn't.
Yeah, but like literally means figuratively now. So I don't know that we can rely on a dictionary anymore. Lance, what's going on? Are you depressed, buddy?
No, just listening. This is I'm going back to the glory days.
Where I was the host of the show.
Yeah, where you would come, you and Richard would talk. All we need is Seth to show up, and then like all the rest of us can just wander off together.
And then I can ask him about why the mini blinds in his house are so messed up.
he moved, sadly.
But like, Seth, what's going on? Are you like fighting crime in your living room? Like, why are your mini blinds annihilated? So let me think of something funny that's happened to me recently. Well, there was someone who was putting toilet paper with feces on my girlfriend's car in our neighborhood for like a very long time.
That's fine.
That was a weird thing. That was a weird thing that was happening.
That's a normal Florida thing.
Yeah, that was just like a guy's like, gotta make my business.
Read about that shit in the paper every day.
My favorite.
Serious or not? That's the best part.
No, it's damn serious.
My favorite Florida headline in the last 5 years was as follows: a guy breaks into someone's house. The homeowners come home. He runs into their backyard, which is by a small retention pond, while he tries to suss out what the situation is. Massive alligator kills him. Yep. And it was the first alligator death since like the 50s or something in Florida. I think there was one in like Weeki Wachee or Silver Springs or something like the year before, actually. But this poor guy was just like a cat burglar, and he he thought he was being sneaky, hiding out in the backyard, and he just got, you know, Lake Placid in his lack of paying attention.
Florida's an interesting place.
Florida man, I'm surprised no one's licensed that and made it into a Cards Against Humanity type.
It totally should.
Balderdash type game. Like, which of these headlines is real? Woman eats umbilical cord of her own baby because she thought that's what you were supposed to do. That's a Florida headline.
There's a headline the other day from a guy who was trying to get a visa into Florida. He said his main reason for coming to Florida is because there's plenty of elderly people and they're easy to tickle and they don't fight back. Kid you not. You can't make this shit up, man. It's great.
Forrest, you're just laughing at the can't fight back part of that joke, right?
Oh man, I work on that pedophile vibe I'm giving off. Then apparently,
I didn't say you're a pedophile. I said you were a murderer.
Which one's worse?
You know, I would much rather go down in history as a murderer than a pedophile, though.
Well, duh. Who would?
Murders, they're a dime a dozen.
Have you know what? I have been fucking obsessed with horror movies lately. I am like, my Netflix is destroyed because all I've done is watch horror movies and cooking shows. So it's like trying to find that intersection. It's like, you would love Cannibal Weekend at Jeremy's. Like, no, I don't want to watch that. But I have been really, 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 really engrossed with horror movies lately, and like low budgety, like this should have been good, but they didn't have the money to elevate it to the level that it should have been type horror movies. And go. Rado, do you like horror movies?
Sure. I have no great love for them, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll watch a good one, but not just crazy schlocky slashing ones. You know, the tasteful and upscale ones are what I tend to prefer.
Have you seen Midsummer yet? That is.
Yes,
really
oh my
good.
God, yes.
And for I mean,
yes.
and like all of the, this isn't really a spoiler alert, but I didn't realize.
He says that every time.
No, I didn't realize until I got done.
This is a
watching
spoiler,
the movie.
but everyone dies at the end.
I got done watching the movie. All of like the deaths. The people that are killed, they all happen off screen. It's just, but it's still creepy as.
Yeah, so
I was a little bit disappointed with that movie. I really liked it.
Oh, no way.
I did. I liked the imagery a lot, and I loved the story, and I thought it was engrossing. And I liked the movie still, but like with Hereditary, I was like fucking just terrified. Like I was scared to walk into my house. I turned on the lights before I went into rooms. I was legit terrified. And with that one, I was expecting the terror, and it provided everything for me except for the terror. Like if it would have been, I don't know.
Well, I'll say this about Hereditary. I was like, okay, you know, it's like I asked my wife if she wanted to watch it. She wasn't interested. I was like, well, there's no way I'm going to watch this with my daughter, so I'm going to watch this by myself. So I'm just watching it like late one night. I was editing video, and I was like, all right, it's rendering. I'll start watching this. And like when I heard the bing after like 45 minutes, when I was like, thank God, I'm going to go do something else, because I was like, I need a break. I need a break from this movie. I am just like, because it just that movie just continually ramped up the tension and continually just ramped. There was never a break. They never gave your nerves, your anything, a break, a moment to like just take a breath.
What's that director's name? Ari Aster. Like, he is awesome. I don't know. I like want. As soon as I finished watching Midsummer, I was like, please God, why is there no more movies from this person? He's very seems very obsessed with the concept of like ritualism. Like there's a lot of ritualism in his movies.
And see, I like schlock. I don't mind like schlocky movies. I don't mind movies that embrace it like as kind of like almost a art form. I like that in movies. Yeah, I mean, it's just like so. But I can watch something like that, and like I can go back and I can watch something like a Hereditary or Midsummer and just really appreciate the craft of creating a horror movie that, you know, doesn't rely on the boogeyman in the closet with a machete. You know, it just
Midsummer's like predominantly shot in the daytime.
That's the other thing too.
Attractive blonde people.
Yeah, it's just like there's nothing. It's so weird how that works. Oh, and then the other thing, I had seen it once when I was a teenager or whenever it came out, Exorcist 3. And I remember thinking that was a pretty good movie. And somebody said, you know, you should really go back and watch it again because it's really like a fantastic horror movie. And I was like, oh, okay. And I went back and watched it, and I was just like, and like it was really good. It was really, really good. I mean, not as good as Exorcist, but it's a totally different movie. Exorcist 3 is. So, and that's also, I think, currently on Amazon Prime. You can watch that. George C. Scott is a fantastic. He doesn't take that role like it's a joke, right? He actually like really grabs that role and actually acts. And you know, I mean, this is the guy who played, you know, Patton, you know, and stuff like that. And yeah, good stuff. Well worth a watch as far as an older.
I love movies where there's like a weird monster. Have you ever seen the movie Burrowers?
Mm-mm.
It's like a Wild West. It's like there's some weird subterranean monster humanoid things that like paralyze their prey and like no they're like people like, but like they kind of allude that they're like this lost tribe of Native Americans. I fucking love that movie, and it's not great. Did you ever see the movie Monster? It's on Netflix now. Mm-mm. Monster is like about like a mom who's kind of an unfit mother, and she's like dropping her kid off, and like their car breaks down, and in the process, like some otherworldly creature starts terrorizing them, and the monster is super scary, and it's like really weird, and it feels like the movie's not really about a monster, but it is, and it's another one. I really like these. Like, I watched this movie called The Hole in the Ground. Did you guys see that one? It's like an Irish horror movie. It could have been so good. It could have been so good. It was so close to being so good. It's like this woman gets in, a single mother, like leaves the father. The kid runs into the woods, and there's just this crater, this like horrifying crater in this forest. And like, I don't know how they did this, but it's just massive. It looks like a fucking meteor hit it or something. And the ground is just like undulating. And it looks like it's just sort of falling into itself and kind of in this like perpetual way. And then her son comes back, and like she's convinced her son is not her son. Like he's some fucking doppelganger, like fey creature or something. I don't know. It could have been really good. But I love those types of movies. Like I really like the little kind of B horror, not like cheesy, like ones where they're really trying but they don't quite get there. You ever see the movie Pandorum?
No, but I will counter with also on Amazon Prime. You can watch it now. Bone Tomahawk. So it's like
that's my nickname, so I feel a little weird watching that.
No, Bone Tomahawk. Kurt Russell, straightforward Western, you think, and then about halfway through, it sends you for a loop. I will say
it's the Dusk Till Dawn of Westerns.
I'll just say, just go watch it, but there is about a 15-second incredibly visceral act of violence in the second half of the movie that if you can't watch something that's hyper violent, don't watch it, because it was. I can watch that stuff because I can remove myself from it. I can say it's a movie. This isn't really happening. Like and I can just kind of take myself out of it. And I couldn't with this. I was like, oh God. I was just like I was watching the movie late by myself one night, and I just kind of just sat there, and I was like, and I looked back up. Okay, that scene's done. And then I was able to go back, and after I got to watch the movie, I went back to that point. And I was like, okay, I'm expecting this, and I'll watch it. I'll watch the 5 seconds I missed. But yes, Bone Tomahawk, fantastic.
If you haven't seen, Pandorum is one of my favorite B movies of all time. You know Ben Foster is?
Yeah.
Ben Foster is in this, and Dennis Quaid is in this, and then it's just like a bunch of other unknowns. But like the premise of the movie is Ben Foster just wakes up on this. It's in the future. He wakes up on this ship. Can't remember anything. He just knows that his job is to fix the reactor if it breaks, and that's all he knows about who he is. And then he bumps into Dennis Quaid, who assumes he is the captain of the ship and thinks he knows how to fly the ship, and they have been in cryogenic sleep at different states. So this dude was like part of a wave of people that was supposed to wake up like 100 years before, and he woke up at a different time, and this guy's woken up prematurely, and then they go into this ship, and it's this massive like colony ship that's like essentially Earth is fucked, and they've sent all these people to this planet, and it's so good. It could have been. I think it's good the way that it is, but I don't understand why this movie is not like a movie that science fiction fans love. It's so good. Like it makes me want to make a game. Like this idea of people with staggered memories that were like in a pre-programmed sleep. Like, oh, I was supposed to wake up during this century, but I accidentally prematurely woke up during this century. It's so fucking good. If you haven't, and like, it's one of these old school science fiction movies where like they have one set and they just change the way the set looks, you know? So it's like in this big industrial style spaceship, but they just sort of rearrange the look of the room to make it look like it's a different room, but it's not a different room. But it used to be on Netflix. It's I don't know. It's probably one of my favorite movies of all time. I really, really love that movie. I think it's really good.
You made me think of a book that I read like 2 years ago that somebody had told me about.
The Bible?
No. It was called The 15 Lives of Harry August, and it was like based on this idea that there are certain people in the world that like you would you'd go through your entire life and then you would die, but you would then go back to like the moment you were born again, where like they say you don't really remember anything until you're like, you can't really truly remember until like you're like 4 or something like that, supposedly, whatever the whole brain thing goes. But you go back to that moment where you become aware and you remember your life from before, like your entire life before, and you go through your entire life again, and then depending upon when you die, you go back, but you don't like travel forward in time. You're always going back to the exact same period in time. You're just going through that period. And so there's this guy Harry August, and I think it's called The First 15 Lives of Harry August or something like that. And but he towards the end of one of his lifetimes, he finally meets somebody else who has the exact same thing going on, and then they give him a message that he has to go back. So when he comes back, he's going to remember that message, and he has to get to a certain point and be at a certain spot at a very certain like part of the world at a certain time to give a message to somebody else, so they can jump this message back and forth. And I was like, that's a cool idea. That's like an awesome idea. You know, like of course there's some big overarching plot of what's going on. But the book just completely falls flat in like the last 50 pages. I was just so disappointed.
Man,
it was like,
I don't mean to sound like a dick, but you're basically just describing Forrest Gump.
What?
It's the exact same story.
No, not even close.
The guy got AIDS at the end.
What?
Spoilers.
No, you don't even know what you're talking about. What is going on?
You're just rambling, and I love it.
You miss it, don't
They
you?
should make a white noise. Lance, you should make your YouTube channel a white noise machine for people with sleeping disorders.
My wife
listening to Lance, 7 hours of melodical
it's like,
tones.
Well, honey, I'm feeling a little restless. What do you want to listen to? The Fargo 1988 to 1994 setting?
My wife will listen to this just for background noise at work, like you know, because she's like, if I listen to a podcast, I try to listen to the podcast too much. But like if it's you, I can
It's just your idiot friends talking.
Yeah.
Hi, Mrs. Lance.
She says hello, by the way, Travis, my wife.
Aw.
Pete,
Yes.
where are all the cheap Oculus Quest games you promised? They're all like 20 or 35 bucks.
I don't know.
I was really worried you were going to say women there.
I buy most of my stuff off of the Rift interface from my PC, so I don't know if the pricing is different or not than the Quest stuff. But
they're crazy expensive.
I don't pay more than $7 or $8 for pretty much everything I get.
There is nothing at all available for $7.
That maybe because you're playing on a mobile platform, so it's probably they're charging. I don't know if they would charge more. It doesn't make sense to me. I'll look on my Quest tomorrow and see if I can find any stuff, and I'll send it to you. I'll send you information. But I usually buy most of my stuff off my PC, so I go to the Oculus app probably has the pricing.
Go to that.
Is that like the VR thing?
Oh yeah.
I finally
did that.
Got a VR thing.
I love it. I've got over 100 games on my.
Have you played the bomb? Have you played the bomb squad thing?
Yep. The one that's like Wish You Were Dead or something like that, or keep
It's like
talking and everyone explodes.
Yes, I did that. I did that on New Year's Eve. Like my friend came, we got an Airbnb and he owned it and he lived next door and he came over and brought it over and like they all had like a pad of paper. They're like, describe the thing, and then they're does it have this? Okay, do this, and like that was really neat. And
that game is cool. That's I think. Hold on, they've got that on Rift too. It's like keep talking or everybody dies or something like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a fun. That's
and then everyone played Mario Party, which I thought was the most boring game I've ever played in my life.
Oh, just look at you! I hate fun. My name is Travis Chen.
Are you
Lance,
kidding me, Lance?
Last person to criticize about hate of this.
How can you not enjoy Mario Party? It's just it's trash talk.
It wasn't a party. It was like a roll and move.
Ugh. Design a better one.
I posted a really cute video of my daughter wants to make a game called Koala Go-Go, and I filmed her without her knowing while we were talking on FaceTime, and
so you do without consent, is what you're saying?
No consent.
Okay.
She is me as a
Rado, there's tons of cheap stuff on here. I don't know where you're looking.
It's so cute.
Go under trending apps.
Explodes.
Your daughter is adorable.
There's nothing over $10 in the trending apps section.
Oh, that's nice, Lance. One of your kids is really cute too.
$15, and that should be a $5 game, but it costs $15.
I'm kidding. It was interesting meeting Rylan. She's going through the pre-nager thing, and Lindsay's girls. I met them when they were 8. Are going. What's going on?
I can move it over here.
He's talking to him.
So you can just say hi to him this way, and he doesn't have to see you.
Is this Rylan?
Actually,
I think it's Mrs.
Is that Rebecca? Rebecca, no one cares that you're wearing a tube top. It's fine. Tell her to message me. My screen name is Chapstick Guy.
Yeah, Rado, trending apps. There's
he's making jokes about it.
There's completely
he says
tons of under $10 games.
He said too.
The Climb, $30. Speed, $30.
Do you miss video games, Rado?
Nautica, $30. Fruit Ninja,
Do you miss
$50.
Do you miss video games, Rado? I read the new Fables thing, the new description of the new Fables game. Do you still care? Do you still look?
Oh, I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, there's a new one.
Oh no, I mean I knew there was one. They offered to fly me out to talk to him, and I said, "Your timing is terrible. I'm getting on a plane in 2 days and moving back to America."
And all of my stuff is in the bottom of the Mediterranean.
Yeah, well, I didn't know it at the time, but yes. Star Trek Bridge, $30. Doctor Who Edge of Time, $20. These are all very expensive games, Pete. I don't understand. Beat Saber, $30. Super Hot, $25.
Super Hot's fun though.
Super Hot's awesome.
Sunshine, $40. Gun Club VR, $20. Space Super $15.
Oh.
These are expensive.
Super.
Rado is saying words and numbers.
That's true. And dollars.
Quest is definitely more expensive than Rift. A lot of those games are 50% of that price on the Rift.
No, that's I don't know.
You're paying for the portability and mobility of it.
I guess so. Yeah,
but if you wait for the next Oculus sale, which will be the summer sale, all that stuff will be 30 to 60% off.
Super summer sale.
That's why you load up. I did that at Christmas. The Christmas sale and the Lunar Moon sale, everything I bought was 60 to 70% off.
Hey, Pete, can I show you something cool?
It only fits your penis.
Look what I bought for $12 on Target.com.
That is awesome. It's a great game.
$12.
It's a great game.
My game of the year.
It was in my top 5 for the year. Yeah.
Oh, but you're like a shark guy. That doesn't count. You're like, what are your other 4 other shark games?
That game is literally like it is the best one versus many secret movement. It beat out Dracula for me, and I'm talking second edition for your Dracula, not third edition, not first edition.
I might have to check it out.
It's good. It's well worth it.
Rado, have you played it?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at things that cost dollars. What are we talking about?
Jaws.
No.
One versus Jennifer game.
Landscape, impassioned and moving spiel about how wonderful it is, and I was very impressed, but I'll never play it.
It sounded compelling, and now that I'm doing stuff, and I'm actually doing some branding stuff for companies, and IP stuff, so I'm trying to pay closer attention. And Prospero Hall is awesome. I didn't like the Jurassic Park game. I did not like the Villainous game. I don't get it. The Villainous game to me is like brinksmanship, and like just it never ends. Like it feels like the only way you win that game is if someone is just willfully makes a mistake. I don't know if I was playing it wrong. Have you played it?
No, it just pisses me off. Its very existence, because it should be a freaking cooperative game. It is one of the ultimate gateways that tries to convince people that, hey, games might be something different than what you expect they are. Oh, no, they're just pretty much what you expect they are. They just have better Disney art.
It just feels like all you do is make it harder for other people.
Yeah,
the action system is amazing in that game. Like the idea of like you select your action and it gets you, whatever resources or whatever. I thought that was great. But like it feels like if you have people who are even skill who know the character they're playing, it can go forever. Like
you should never play that game with more than 3 people.
It'll just never end.
I remember when I got it, I was like, oh, we can play with 6 people, and the game lasted forever. But I was like, wait a minute, we could literally play 2 games of this, 3 people each, and it wouldn't affect the gameplay at all. Like there's nothing preventing you from doing that. And so like we ended up playing it again, a 3-player game, a 3-player game, and it was 1,000 times better because it is like 3 players, perfect. You're done in 30 to 45 minutes. It's excellent.
I played it with 2 and with 4, and they were not good player counts. I like Horrified though. I think Horrified is a fine
great too.
Gateway game.
Die Hard game's not bad either. That's another one.
Did they do that? That's IDW though, right? Shock Plaza. Why am I making like a Robert De Niro face? I'm like,
yeah, I think I want to say I thought Prospero Hall was behind it and IDW published it, but I could be wrong on that. But I liked that one as well as far as an IP game that came out last year. It was
Top Gun
came out
looks
around
cute.
Yeah.
I just don't like planes or volleyball, so I'm kind of like,
yeah, I got Top Gun. I heard the game was actually fun, even though it does look it's a little weird. But I like the weird.
What do you think, Rado? What do you think of all these Ravensburger big IP games? Go.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to find cheap games that Pete promised.
I think you should be honest about looking through the dark web for orc porn right now.
That is true.
Why do you have to go to the dark web for it when apparently he found her the one Google search?
I'm sorry.
If you want to see real orc porn, you go to the dark web.
Oh, the real orcs.
None of that.
They live in the city of Bright or whatever that was on Netflix. That horrible movie.
Oh, that could have been cool. I really like. I always like. I want to. I'm like Mulder. I want to believe. Like I love these shitty movies. My girlfriend gets mad because she's like, or doesn't get mad, but she's just very confused and kind of flummoxed. She's like, I don't understand. So you watch something that you thought was going to be bad, and then it was bad, and then you don't really have any free time, but yet you carved out time to watch something that was knowingly terrible with the hope that it wasn't. when all signs pointed to the fact that it was in fact going to be terrible.
That's well. I mean, that's like, I knew going into watching the third Hobbit, Battle of Five Armies. I was like, well, this is probably not going to please me because the first one
phrasing.
This probably is going to make me happy, but to the bitter end, just like you have to do it. And I went and like Battle of Five Armies was exactly the bloated mess that I thought it would be. And I was just like,
I saw
at least I was done.
I saw the new Guy Ritchie movie, and it was a Guy Ritchie movie. And I didn't like it for like the first 45 minutes, and then it was really good after that.
I didn't know they still gave him movies.
Gentlemen, I love that movie.
It was good.
Watched in a while.
It's very smart. It was very Guy Ritchie. It was like, oh, here's a double cross. It's a triple cross. It's a quadruple cross. Oh my God! And someone has some sort of proletariat type job, but really they fight for money. Wow, who would have thought Guy Ritchie would be so interested in such a character? Matthew McConaughey's face looks like a pumpkin that's been left out like 2 months past Halloween.
But Colin Farrell fucking knocked that role out of the park. He was so good.
Yeah.
Dallas Buyers Club, fuck Colin or Matthew McConaughey's head up for life.
Yeah.
He doesn't look good. He's ashen.
Did you say Matthew McConaughey doesn't look good? What?
If I don't want to sleep with him anymore, that says something.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's not one of these guys that can bounce back. Like Christian Bale lost a bunch of weight for The Machinist, right? Christian Bale looks okay. Jared Leto lost a bunch of weight. Look, good old Joaquin Phoenix lost a bunch of weight. Looks okay. Matthew McConaughey loses a bunch of weight. Face looks like a bunch of old fucking wax or something. I don't know. It's got like a candle head.
I thought
His favorite band is Candlebox.
And like that old shitty band.
Lance, I know you have a lower back tattoo of Candlebox. Don't lie.
No, I don't. But
I know you have a map of Fargo on your chest.
No.
I like how astute Rado looks right now. You have very big hands. Like you were meant to choke people. You look like you could spank twins. I don't like that each of your fingers looks like an arm. Look at those things.
Where do you get this shit, man?
Is this why you don't shake people's hands?
Oh, no.
Because they would know your terrible secret?
Travis sits there with a notebook writing down, that'd be a good one.
He's got a writer. He's got a team of writers in the back room feeding him shit to his earpiece.
I looked at Rado's wedding ring and I was like, why does he have like a fucking fan belt off of a F-150 on his finger? And I'm like, oh, that's a finger. And then it's like, why does it have its own heartbeat? You got big hands. That's a good thing.
Thanks.
I have wide hands. I look like I should have an extra finger here. But I don't have big hands.
You've clearly
Lance,
given
what are your hands like?
I can palm a basketball. That's all I know.
I would love it if I found out right now that Lance didn't have hands and I just never noticed.
Just never ends with you.
Lance,
I've been drinking cooking brandy for 3 hours.
What's up, Richard?
how is your project with Phil DuBarry coming along?
I actually like we were on a hiatus because he wanted to publish like a little a game, this game about cooking and like tiling and stuff like that, and bring it to Kickstarter. And so we took a little bit of a hiatus, but actually, funnily you should mention, like we actually sat down for our first creative meeting on Monday to like go at it again, and actually start talking about another project that like we both just started. Like I started describing an idea that I had, and he was intrigued by it, and he actually was like, actually he said I was actually making a game that was kind of themed like that, and he started talking about that, and so I don't know. It's good. It'll be good, and the hiatus did us both good because I was able to really start scripting out exactly the narrative of the game and how I want it to go. And he actually came back with a lot of changes of things that he wanted to do. So Foreshadow is still a thing. We are still. I was a little bit worried because we hadn't talked about it for like about 2.5 months. And I was like, well, are we going to come back to this and we're just going to throw it in the garbage and say, well, that was a good idea. We learned some things, but let's move on. But no, it is very much a thing. And there's actually, I was talking to Shane about it, and he expressed he's like, well, get it done, and maybe it's something we can put into that Deception universe line of games that he has, through Gray Fox. Who knows? We'll see what happens. It's
Phil's a real nice guy.
Dead.
Well, there's a new startup publisher logged into this chat right now.
Oh yeah, who's that?
All right, maybe he's not looking for submissions at the moment.
There we go. Does this company have a adjective and an ironic animal name? Did you guys notice that? It's like, I am Todd from Epileptic Lemur Games. Oh, cool.
Flying Lemur Games. That's Rick Tran's publisher.
It's like maybe you've heard of us. We are Proletariat Hamster Games.
How about Bloated Shark Games?
No, you got to get weirder. A shark's not a weird enough animal. You have to be like Bloated Mud Skipper Games.
Well, see, Mud Skipper is a fun thing to say.
Dyslexic Lungfish Games. That's the problem why I can't name my company, because I want to name. It makes me want to name my company. I did Colossal because I didn't want anyone to ever be able to search engine us with the K. But I like names that are either really plain or I just like plain names for a company. I want something simple. I don't want something like, and then there were 5 games.
Girth Games.
Yeah, Belly Shots Games. No, I don't know. I'm not interested.
Take a Chance Games.
Really funny, Lance.
Well,
really
see
funny.
Your name. Your last name's Chance.
If you don't stop, I'll pay Forrest to kill you.
$20 is $20.
Forrest is like, hey man, you pay for the gas. I'll do the choking.
that would be. You should write that script. $20 is $20. The world's cheapest hitman, and Forrest, you could be that.
Yeah,
why? And then it would just go. $20 is $20.
Forrest is like, they're putting a new notebook out on special edition. Guess how much it costs? 20 bones. That's worth choking someone out over.
I don't even like that movie that much.
Yeah, I get it, buddy. You're living a life of irony, you and everyone else. So that movie was terrible. I had an ex-girlfriend tell me, she's like, this movie is amazing. It's going to change your life. And the first 5 minutes, I go, wait a minute, are the old people the characters? And she's like, why the fuck did you ruin it? I'm like, it feels kind of obvious. It's kind of obvious to me. I don't credit myself for being bright on that. It's just poor writing. Did you like that movie, Forrest? Did you cry?
I probably cried, but I didn't like it that much. I cried.
When was the last time you cried?
Scott Alden has named your Stinky Pinky. Is your
Wow. No, I like Donkey Thong. Jesus.
Just a donkey with a big thong on going, hee-haw.
Watched 1917 earlier this month and got emotional. I was really sad about Andrew Yang losing, but I didn't cry. But that movie, like 1917, is so good, and it's just so.
So we need a sport now. Then, if there's no more Yang time,
I think the next best option for me personally, because I look at it from a me perspective first and foremost, is Bernie Sanders. $15 minimum wage, and I also think that it's going well. Even though Tom Steyer said he's in support of $22 fucking, which holy shit, they go big or go home.
I don't think Bernie Sanders got a chance, man. I think he's a smart guy, but it's like if you took a ventriloquist dummy and like hook it up to some fucking jumper cables, like he's too much energy and he's too old. Like he's not relatable.
My main thing is the $15 minimum wage will be amazing in the short term for me and my family because my job is not going anywhere, but it's just going to rush automation. Like, you already got billionaires racing to automate away jobs, and you gave them the biggest reason ever if you raise it to $15.
What do you mean your job's not going anywhere? Hitmen aren't they're not feeling this economy?
I don't care. I work with kids. I'm an educator. I mean,
what you work in a public school?
No, I work at Early Childhood Alliance. I work at a highly accredited daycare right now, which I've worked at for the last 10 years. But I work in the admin program now. And it's.
I'm not judging you for that. That's cool.
No, it's just one of the loquacious jackdaw games.
Loquacious jackdaw games. There's the name of your company.
Oh my God!
But I'm going to go Bernie Sanders most likely, unless apparently all the other candidates have reached out to him about a potential vice president spot. Because the thing about Andrew Yang is him and Bernie Sanders are the two campaigns that actually have like huge like activism. Elizabeth Warren a little bit too, Mayor Pete a little bit less, but like people on the ground, like the Yang Gang was like his big crew. And we had like different topics trending like every day on Twitter.
It's pretty close to gangbang, man. I don't know about that.
It is. It's very close to gangbang.
First to mention it too.
What about this? What if Elizabeth Warren gets a Jaeger from Pacific Rim and just wears it through the whole debates? Like, do you think she's got a shot?
A Jaeger?
Yeah, like she's wearing the power suit, the Mecca. No, she's not drinking about it. She's wearing a Jaeger.
What? I don't know.
I like that I just stymied you with a Pacific Rim reference.
I would go Bernie Sanders because it would give me a $4. I would give my wife a $3 raise.
I like Bernie Sanders. I think he was robbed in this last one, but you know what? Like, I don't know. I've watched videos of him, and he's so I don't know. I mean, I don't even know the country anymore, to be honest.
A lot of people don't like. I mean,
I live in Florida, and people drive around with Confederate flags, and like they're not aware that Florida wasn't part of the Civil War. They're just like, I fucking hate people, and I'm like, yeah, I get it. That's cool. I like Walmart too, but like you shouldn't behave that way. Like what? And they have these massive flags. Like I don't know who the fuck. Like are they like? Do they have like a zombie version of like Martha Washington or whoever the shit was supposed to have sewn the first? Who was the person who sewed the first American flag? The purported individual. Who?
Betsy Ross.
Betsy Ross.
There you go. Betsy.
Yeah,
Ross.
I mean it's complete and total horseshit, but yes.
Yes, I know it's not real, but these people are like necromancering her from the afterlife to sew their massive Confederate flags. And then they like strategically put mud on their pickup trucks. It's like, where do you live? In the fucking suburbs. Why?
I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Listen, you may tell you a story. A guy got in front of me on the interstate here in Florida in Tampa, and I honked my horn because he almost made me crash. 20 minutes later, I got out of my car to get Thai food, to pick up Thai food for my family. This guy followed me. He got out of his car and started screaming, "How dare you disrespect me?" And the first thing I think to myself is, this fucking guy just drove 20 minutes out of his way to confront me. Because he got in front of me in a very scary way and caused me to veer into the shoulder of the road. And first of all, I was like, how did he follow me and he was in front of me? Like, I'm like, what is this quantum leap? Like Scott Bakula's in the trunk of his car or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on. This guy pushed me in public. I'm a 41-year-old man. I just got pushed by a guy in his 20s because he said I disrespected him because I honked my horn in a knee-jerk manner. And I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. And I was like, you cut me off, man. He's like, no one treats me this way. And I'm just like, what? And I just stood there. And then the owner of the restaurant came outside and was like, what's going on out here? And it like saved my life. Maybe, I don't know. Like, what the fuck? That's Florida. That is Florida. I was just driving my car to get Thai food for my kids and my girlfriend, and I almost died to a guy who somehow got behind me when he was in front of me.
That's why I moved.
Richard wasn't there with his big hands to save me, and Forrest wasn't there with his knife to save me, and Lance wasn't there with his insults to save me.
His insults.
And Pete wasn't there with his foam diaphragm on his Marv Albert headset to save me. And I love it. It was scary. Have you guys had anything like that happen to you?
I did.
Only when I lived in Florida. That's why I moved.
It was summer. I was delivering pizzas. I was like 22, 23. Some guy thought I cut him off. He followed me to the hotel, and I knew he was following me. But I was just like I at that point I wasn't really scared of anybody. I tended to be larger than most of the people that I knew. So, this guy came out of his car because he said, and he screamed something. I don't know, just something generically, you MFer, you cut me off or something like that. And this sounds like a joke. Like this I was just like, I had the pizza box in my hand, and I put the pizza box down on the hood of my car, and I played softball back then. And I reached in there. I just had a bunch. I had my mitts and my cleats, and I had a bat in my car, but I didn't pick a bat. And I had a bunch of softballs that we used for warm ups and for hitting. And I picked up a softball and I just threw it at the guy as hard as I could. And get the fuck out of here or whatever. And I hit him square in the chest, and he ran back into his car and drove away. But yeah. So yes, I've had something like that happen to me. But
I haven't been in a fight since I lived in New York. I used to be a bartender in New York City, and I mean, I probably have. I remember the security, the head of. I worked for a guy who owned a bunch of clubs, and the security head, who was the guy over all the clubs, he gave me this walkie-talkie with a panic button on it. He's like, "You're the only motherfucker who works in all these places that has to have a panic button, because every week you talk shit and somebody hits you every week." He's like, you never learn. So I had to have a walkie-talkie with a panic button. I never got in a fight until I moved to New York. And then I left there with being in like 140, and I didn't win any of them. They were all, I've been knocked out like 1,000 times. It's a miracle I can even speak. But I don't like that shit, man. It was a weird situation that this guy felt compelled to follow me way out of it. It had to be out of his way. I mean, maybe he worked there. I don't know. But it felt like it was out of his way. And it was very uncomfortable. And it was very, I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Was I supposed to hit him? The first thing I think is, if I fight back, I'm going to go to jail. That was the first thought that came to my mind. I'm like, also possible. Fighting is terrible.
Yeah, you can ruin your life or somebody else's life in an instant, and you can never get it back. I know of people really that they hit the ground and they got their head cracked open, they never really fully recovered.
That's what happened to Stephen Hawking. He got confronted in front of a Thai food restaurant. And
no, I don't think so. I'm gonna check Snopes on that one.
We watched The Theory of Everything last night. That was a really good movie. That guy did a really good job. The actor who portrayed him.
Dive deeper into his later life and just how.
Not into orc porn, buddy. I'm sorry.
No, just how effed up his relationship life was and stuff like that.
Why do you always want to do that, Lance? Why do you always want to peel back the skin to the ugliness beneath?
Well, because it's awful. I mean, he was getting out of a marriage, and then the nurse that he lived with, and there was abuse, basically because he relied on caregivers to and there was abuse going on to him that of course he had trouble reporting it, and it's awful. I mean, it's one of those things. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why. Do I want to look at the evil and the ugly?
They should refilm Infinity War, where when Thanos introduces his trio of guys, and you're just the fourth one who just makes people sad by telling them how things they believe in aren't real.
Yeah, Lance
hey, the arc reactor. There's So anyway, like my uncle and the
that isn't even close. That isn't even close to how I talk. It's not even a reasonable facsimile.
So he lulls the superheroes into a false sense of security with long-winded soliloquies while the rest of the villains come around and beat the shit out of him.
It's like Hulk is just standing there like, Hulk no understand. Yeah. And then Lance is also wearing purple ripped up pants for no reason. Like, why do you have the same outfit as Hulk? This doesn't make any sense. I'm writing.
I do remember Shane.
You just did it. You just did the
Shane Myerscough, the CEO of Grey Fox.
Your Lord and Savior.
For something. I forget exactly what it was. But he called me for something, and he said, okay. He opened up the conversation. He's like, I have 7 minutes before I have to get out of my car. I need to know this. It was something that was going on with the Tortuga Kickstarter. And I said, okay, well, so Shane, what it is, well, actually, it reminds you, he's like, no! He screamed into the phone. He's just like, no sub-referencing. None. Just give me my answer.
That's amazing.
I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, I said, but it's a really good story. He's like, write it down. Tell me later.
I like Shane.
Yeah,
I like that Shane is no nonsense.
Shane is very surly.
He's a surly guy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let this cooking brandy. I'm going to be like a cicada. I just want to come on the show every 9 to 17 years. That's it.
Do you know why that they do that? It isn't 9. It isn't 9.
Let me guess. You're going to be. They're lazy.
No. There are 3 different families of the cicada, and they 11, 13, and 17. That's their dormant stage. It's because they're non-prime. They're prime numbers and they've adapted to that point. So predators, either in the area, don't either live long enough to recognize that basically these things come out and they're easy prey, and so they aren't waiting for them. Like you see the videos of like the birds know when the sea turtles climb out and paddle their way to the ocean, and the seagulls come down and just rip them apart, until they're full and they don't want to eat anymore, and the last one to hatch finally makes it. It's actually an evolution that the cicadas went through.
I thought it was because they could survive like big catastrophic environmental changes. So like if there was like they would basically like hypersleep past. But that's an interesting. I didn't know that. That also makes sense what you just said.
Yeah, it's cool. But there you go. Isn't that interesting?
I'm sorry.
Surly Cicada Games from Paul. He nailed it.
Surly Cicada. I'll release a game once every 7 years.
There you go.
I really just want like the most basic name for a company. You know what I want to really name my company, and my girlfriend is like opposed to it, is I want to call my company Lab TV Games, because it's all of our first initials. Lindsay, Alyssa, Brooke, Travis, Violet. Well, I think it's cute.
Do you know how Crowdox got their name?
Because Chandler Coperhaver's father was a Minotaur.
No. Crowdox got their name from, they wanted it to say crowd because it's crowdfunding, and they wanted the shortest.
They wanted to dox people.
No, the shortest word they could have after it that would actually make sense, and so like it would be easy to type into a browser, and so and Crowdox was 2 letters, and then after
they didn't think of crowd work.
Well, that's 3 letters.
No, but it's the same amount of syllables, and it's certainly a sexier
but they're talking about
than an ox.
Letters, and so then after the fact they kind of retro back to like, oh, it's an ox, we're strong and we can carry the load and we can make sure that you get more funding after the fact, kind of thing. I found that kind of interesting how they made it. Yeah, Chandler's a really, really good guy.
Chandler filmed me at Gen Con. Like I was going to the bathroom and Chandler was like, "Hey, can you do like a quick thing talking about Kickstarter?"
I thought you were going to say. He said you're the reason cavemen painted on walls.
What is that from?
That is from As Good as It Gets.
Got it.
Before you go on, goodbye. It was really good seeing you. I hope you come next week, and thank you very much for cheering me up, everybody. I gotta go.
Adios.
Okay.
Scott Alden, if you are still watching, you need to log in.
Chandler filmed me and then sent me a reel of myself talking, and I was horrified. I was like, he was asking me questions, and I was trying to be funny and whatever, and then it was like, but the clip he sent me, it was like, when you make a game and it's got a lot of shit in it, it's fucking hard to make a game with a lot of shit in it. And it was just like this really like Sanford and Son moment that I had no awareness that I was taking part in. And he's like, I'm thinking about putting this in the video, even though like maybe we'll just bleep you out. I'm like, if you bleep me out, there'll be no words. I have to find this thing, Lance. I'll send it to you.
No, I think it'd be amazing. But I never watch my own videos or listen to my own podcast or anything. I hate the sound of my own
I don't
voice.
either.
I always think I look like a complete and total douchebag after the fact. I hear Q Pete. There you go. Thank you. And Pete.
Hey,
it's like I just threw the volleyball up, and he just comes into the camera.
Spike. Well, I do what I can. It's been a long couple days. I am tired.
I remember you just reminded me of when they interviewed the world's oldest woman, and I think she's since passed away. This is like from 5 or 6 years ago, and she was like 112, and like this reporter was like, so Dottie or whatever her name was, it's just like, so what do you like to do? I like to take as many naps as I can. It's like, why? I am so tired. It's just like, oh my gosh. If there's a single person in the world that deserves to take all the naps that she wants, it's the person that has lived 112 years. You deserve it. Go ahead, Dottie. You just take all the naps you want. But yeah, you reminded me of that. You're like, I am so tired.
Well, I've been up almost 48 hours straight.
Why?
We got a
Shark Week.
No, just a lot of Kickstarter related questions with our Marvel campaign that's on Kickstarter right now.
Yeah,
how's that going?
It's going pretty good. I mean, we're at 24 hours. We got over 8,000 backers. We're about 530,000. Not a high price point on this one, so the pledge total is going to be lower until the add-ons and stuff pop on. So,
what do you guys think about James Hudson's stretch goal? If I get 5,000 backers in 48 hours, I'll give you a bunch of miniatures. But if we don't hit that, then now I'm in the awkward situation where I have to give you miniatures because you're going to be disappointed.
That one boggled me a little bit, but.
It's an idea. I mean, it's
something different. I don't know if I don't.
The thing with stretch goals is if you don't hit them, you're obligated to give them.
Right.
So now, basically, what he really said was, "We're going to give you free miniatures."
Yeah, basically.
Well, but here's the thing that's so crazy about that is that it's like, why have we? Hey, Scott. Why have we moved into that thing where it's like the expectation now is like, oh, well, but we didn't hit the 185 goal, but we're going to go ahead and
I think most people are smart enough to know that most of the stretch goals that are in a campaign are pretty much in the plan to be made anyway. So
yeah,
the actual hitting of it is more the carrot to dangle, but in the end, the company's most likely going to make it because it's probably already been put into their manufacturing budget. It's already probably been tooled in the miniatures. If it's a miniature, it's probably already been cast. And I mean, they're going to make it at some point, whether it ends up being a stretch goal or ends up being expansion later, it's going to get made. So, I mean, I think most people by now have kind of figured it out. It's not really a big secret anymore.
Well, counter to that was what's interesting is this stretch goal model. What if you had 5,000 backers that only pledged $1? You work for a company that makes miniatures. You know, molds, materials, sculpting.
I mean,
it doesn't cost $5,000.
The possibility of that happening is pretty slim. That every backer is only going to back at $1. Maybe.
Sure. But you could have. But there are a lot of campaigns where people back $1 to look, and especially early, they kind of take a gander. So it's a weird thing because it's almost like it defies price modeling, right? It's like you're basically saying like, I'm going to give you a thing that is in no way tied to money, which is why stretch goals exist, which is to say exactly your point. Well, we were going to give it to you anyway.
Yeah, so, no, I know it's a big deal. We've got over $1,000 backers in our campaign that are just kind of waiting to see what everything gets unlocked before they decide to jump in or not. I mean, we've got 8,300 backers, but we only have 7,200 that are actually backing the one pledge level. So we've got over $1,000 backers. I mean, it's getting more people are getting more cautious with their spending, so they're going in early.
You send the pledge manager out, right?
Yeah, we do a pledge manager, so a lot of them may buy then. But the problem with that model is when you have a large amount of dollar backers, it prevents stretch goals from happening sooner because that money's coming after campaign versus before campaign. So you have to be careful how you set up your stretch goals when you're doing a big campaign like this, because if you get a lot of money on the back end, then you're missing out on the building of the campaign and the stretch goals and the unlocks and all that stuff that comes with the hype that Kickstarter brings you.
Listen, the Wonderlands war game, I mean, it's at $311,758. Kudos, awesome job, well done. That's a lot. I don't think on day 3 they're going to hit another 1,078 backers. I don't think it's going to happen.
They'll get the 5. There's no way they're not going to get 5,000 backers in the first 72 hours. They launched.
He has less than 12 hours to do that, i.e. when most Americans are asleep, when Americans constitute the majority of backers.
They launched on Tuesday, didn't they?
Nope. Yeah, they launched on Tuesdays. Tomorrow's Thursday.
Today's Wednesday. Yes, what time did they launch? So I mean,
whenever the afternoon.
They've got a day and change left to go.
They don't have a day and change. They have tomorrow to do it.
What's
no? It's 72 hours. That's 48. He said 72.
It says 48 on the ad.
Well, it says 72 on the page. So maybe that was
48 hours left.
They changed that. It did not say 72 hours.
Well, it's
the original ad did not say 72 hours. It absolutely said 48 hours.
Well, I don't have an ad in front of me, so I mean,
what is the deal?
What's that?
What are they doing?
James Hudson said that if they get 5,000 backers, he will kill Shaquille O'Neal live on TV.
Oh my god,
that's quite the stretch goal.
That's an awesome stretch.
Yeah. Wow. He said that he will actually murder 1 foot of his body for every 1,000 backers. So since he's 7'2", 7,200.
Well, okay, so something like this, and not that I'm trying to stir shit up, but Wonderland's War is the name of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So something like that, somebody would have to have said something on either the Board Game Geek forums or something that's changed in some way.
Oh, it's 48 hours.
I swear to you, I would bet my life because I'm telling you, it's
collapsed, right? So there's 48 hours left.
Well, no. So
yes, as a Kickstarter guy, I'm telling you, it was 48 hours, and he changed it. It's 100%. It was 48 hours.
Okay.
Well, the easiest way to do it is check the comment section because obviously people are going to catch that kind of change.
I don't think he's that. No, it's probably 48 hours left.
No, first 48 hours is what it said.
Okay.
I promise you.
Fine.
Well, there are comments on the thing that said if 5,000 backers in 48 hours isn't hit, the castle upgrade will be an add-on. And there are people that are quoting 48 hours in the comments. So,
suck it, Lance.
Oh, wait a minute. He posted right here. It was removed by mistake and is being added back. Oh no, wait, that's about shipping costs. Hold on, I'm looking to see if there's more people commenting on the actual.
Well, and once again, it's kudos to him. He can because okay. Let's just take complete devil's advocate, like it's like an advertising ploy. I need 5,000 backers in 48 hours. Hey, we're not going to hit 5,000 backers. Okay, post that update that says, you know what? Let's give you another 24 hours. You know, because I just figured out I'm going to extend it. You know, for everybody. You know, just like it's one of those things where you're the magnanimous person that's willing to expand.
Yeah, but at that point, it's like. You've already. I feel like, as a guy, I feel comfortable saying I'm a Kickstarter expert. As a Kickstarter expert, I don't think I feel like that is extremely paper thin transparent. That there's no monetary amount that is tied to that goal. If you're just going to adjust it like that, I think it's cool that he's trying to do something different. I like that he's trying to do something different. My girlfriend pointed it out to me. She was like, "Hey, did you see this thing the husband's doing?" I looked and I was like, and then I kind of scratched my head and I was thinking of everything that I know about games, which is when you have a goal like that, miniatures, which are often tens of thousands of dollars in molds and sculpting fees and plastic material, it has to be tied to an actual monetary amount. Like I said, yes, it is very unrealistic that 5,000 people would.
I mean, the game is priced such that it. I mean, what's the minimum price you buy in it? 80. No, 50.
50.
50.
25 of those things.
Is it 25 miniatures?
There's 25 miniatures don't fit in a mold.
So that's 50,000.
Multiple molds. It's probably two.
I've counted now 6 different posts that are saying 5K in 48 hours that were on the first day of the campaign. So it was definitely, if it was a mistake, it was corrected, but they're all saying 5K or 48 hours for 5,000 backers.
Yeah. So someone just said they have 900 backers at $1. So as it sits right now, 25, almost 25% of their backers are at $1. So it's not that far fetched what I said. So what I know of what it costs to produce a game, it's an interesting idea. I've heard some other guys like Vince from Lucky Duck does 1 stretch goal a day. It's not really tied to a monetary amount. And I've done it myself where you go in and you adjust the stretch goals. You have stretch goals planned. You only show the first couple and you're like, all right, funding pacing.
I've seen that as well. I've seen that as well. Like, oh, well, I mean, TMG, when I was there, we did the tasty treats model. And we were, as far as I know, we were like, and that was just like, we're just going to reveal them. You know, stay tuned. Every 3 days, we'll reveal a tasty treat of what we're going to add to the game, kind of thing. And and I don't know if it helped or didn't help.
So
or
if
whatever.
this doesn't hit, do people just leave?
They're not going to leave over the fact that you didn't get a cardboard piece. And the bottom line is that
no, you didn't get a mini.
Well, I mean, well, because it's a plastic mini of the castle instead of the cardboard.
No, it's all the minis. It said all the minis, didn't it?
Yeah, all the minis.
It said all.
No, it didn't. No.
Over 25 minis.
I thought it just. I thought it said 25 castle minis.
Yeah, 25 castle minis. It's just 25 castle minis.
So it's one.
Listen, I'm not criticizing James. I think it's great that he's trying to do something different. I think that
castle tokens upgraded. Okay.
I don't really understand. Yeah, it says all 25 castle minis. I don't understand the ideology behind it because to me,
yeah, it's a way to get
started. Is it? It's like, hey, it's basically like an early bird.
Yeah, it is an early bird.
It's like a convoluted version of an early bird.
It's an early bird that even people come late will get.
Well, I mean, then what about the
what about you gotta try stuff sometimes, right? May not.
Yeah,
sure. I think it's great that hey, I'm glad he's trying it. If it works, maybe I'll try it too.
3,900.
Well, in the past, people would say, "Oh, if we get 2,000 likes on Facebook, we'll give you this kind of thing." Maybe you did.
Sure. But no one's giving you 25 miniatures for that shit.
It's carrots.
They're giving you like a card or something, right? Oh,
yeah. Usually the stretch goals aren't that big. This is a big. It could have been a big risk if If they fell flat, what was
25
the
mini
response going to be?
cost.
And then he's still not guaranteed of getting it, although he's probably got a good chance of doing it if it's got 48 more hours to go.
Well, Forrest has his
25
grave
minis
digger
is
in
one
the
mold,
background.
and they're
That's
probably
the guy he
making-
pays to watch him while he sits in front of the computer, half naked.
Yeah.
I think more importantly, however,
It's like $1 per copy.
is the game right now called Broken, the card game. You can have games or excuses, not both. 182 cards about Kickstarter failure. 2% funded.
Does it have its own card?
I don't know, but it just
awesome.
it writes itself. It writes itself.
Kind of does.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Kickstarter's finicky. I mean,
It's interesting. I mean, I think it's really interesting that he's trying to do something different. I mean, James is a marketing savvy guy. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
But
I have no idea who you're talking about.
James
the issue, I think the issue is first of all, like, so like when here you want to know the sausage is made. When I sit down and I look at the game, my model is, and I believe I was the first person to do the free expansion model. And so, because in my mind, if you just shove a bunch of shit into the box, that it feels like it was going to come in the box anyway. If you put it in a separate box and you say it's a separate product, then it feels a little more special. Like this wasn't going to exist. Or literally, this is not in the game. Other people have to pay for this later. It's quantifiably separated, that from the core product.
Let me just say this: the Tortuga thing and the one before that was. You got an expansion that was going to be put in a box after the fact in retail, but they actually made Kickstarter boxes where they put the expansion in. So like if you back Tortuga now, you get like the 5th player expansion free, but it's going to be inside the box. And we got a ton of emails. People like, hey, where's my expansion? It's just like, it's actually in the box that you got.
Same thing happened with Isle of Cats.
People were like, "Where's my stuff?"
Yeah, where's my stuff? There was not a separate box.
Fuck is Forrest doing?
In Western Legends, they put all the cards under the insert to save space to put those stretch goals inside, and people freaked out. We had like hundreds and hundreds of people like, "I have no cards."
Yeah, we actually, I think, not that game, but some other game that just came out. We thought was, it's the battle for some Russian name, something recent Kickstarter. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
We thought
Battle for Moscow, Battle for Siberia, Battle for Tunguska, Battle for Kiev.
That's it.
Loquacious Jackdaws.
It's the Isle of Cats.
Battle for Loquacious Jackdaw Donkey Thong games.
Well, it was all the cards or tokens or something were in underneath the insert, and so when we punched it, we thought it was all missing all the parts. And you honestly, if you pull the insert out, the pieces were stuck underneath it, so you think you got a bad game.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen, I think it's interesting to see people do different things. I think the whole stretch goal model. So typically what I do is like, I'll figure out what I want to be in this at the maximum. I go, I'm going to have to pay to make this. If we do well, this is what's going to go in this product. Usually it has a box or it's shrink wrapped or whatever. If there's miniatures or something, it's a little more complicated. And that's going to come out of the profits, right? So like, let's say I'm like, okay, the game is a $60 game and it costs $8 to make, and then I'm going to add a $2 expansion that they get. I'll put it in the box so I don't have to pay picking and shipping fees, additional shipping fees, unless it is in a weight that pushes it over into a different shipping tier because of the weight. So all these things have costs associated with it, but there's always pre-factoring of this. No one is just like, hey, what if there are people, I've certainly been in a position where we've run out of stretch goals and we're like, holy shit, we have to come up with something like now. But that hasn't happened a lot. Most of the time, you know what you're getting into, you plan out 16, 20 things. And then if they don't unlock them all, you give them whatever you showed and you go on from there, But this is a little bit weird because it feels like it defies the financial modeling of game making.
But honestly, what does 25 minis cost? It's one mold that they're already making.
Sure, but you don't. When you make a game, what you pay for is machine time. So if they have one mold, And I guarantee you they can't fit 25 of those minis in a mold. They're probably using that same mold twice per game, and you're paying. That is the majority of what you pay for. So I guarantee you that those minis are a few bucks.
And because they're using it to tool so many minis, they're probably going to have to use multiple molds because it'll start to degrade depending on how detailed it is.
$2 per person to get 5,000 emails. I would. 10 grand.
Sure. It's not, but it's not just that though, Scott, right? Like those minis had cascading weight, which affect your freight, which could affect your individual shipping, which affect your replacement parts, which makes it harder to ship the replacement parts.
And if you all that through, then yeah, you could be in trouble.
$10,000+ at the minimum.
Mm-hmm. Or more than that.
Minimum.
Probably
and that game already looks like it's got a lot of stuff in it.
What is a customer acquisition cost? What would you pay for a customer that's going to spend $100 on this game eventually, right? Like, because you're going to slowly feed them.
Well, you're also got to figure out, well, what's the long-term benefit of that customer? Is it a customer that's going to also back future projects? Is it just a one-time customer?
No, yeah, believe me, that the cost of that first customer is huge. It's a mile, right? Like, I mean, and then
you're more of an expert to answer this question, Scott. You have the highest customer rate of any person here. So.
Acquisition of a customer is tough.
They're pulling my ears.
I think it's a loss leader basically to get.
Goddamn, Forrest, you had one job.
What's he doing?
Oh no, he's
chatting.
He's discussing his next kill.
Him and his buddy are having all kinds of fun back there. It's a little creepy. Actually.
I was discussing what you're talking about, how important the first customer is, because it leads to that brand awareness. And I was going to demonstrate how, like, my Tasty Minstrel Games section right over here, it's all in one area.
This guy. He's the only one that comes on the show and he's got a fan club in the background. What the fuck? This guy's back here cheering him on.
Forrest has his own personal grave digger. It's cool. I don't know. I don't look at making games that way. I don't look at it like, hey, I'm going to make a game at a loss and hope. I mean, especially in this market.
No, you can't afford a loss. You'll be out of business.
No one, listen, I say this all the time. If I went to any convention and I took 100 fans, just gamers that gaming is their life, and I said, what are your 10 favorite games? They would be able to tell me. I said, who are the publisher? Not all of them would be able to tell me who the publisher of the game was. And who's the designer? Even less. Who's the artist? Even less. Like, people know products in this industry. The consumers only care about products. There are people in this industry, I'm not going to say who have done awful things and continue to make games, and no one cares. Like, literally no one cares. People say that they care. Like, I will not support. Bullshit. There are people who are crooks in this industry who are making money hand over fist, and just no one cares. Why? Because they don't. No one cares about the people who make the games. They care about the games. Sure, there are some people who do. I have no doubt that there are people who do. But most people see something, they want it, and they get it. And it's really that simple. Like, wait, who made this game? Oh, the 14th cousin of Adolf Hitler? I mean, he's the 14th cousin. Like, you know.
Well, that brings up a whole other topic. Like, if you found out someone terrible made like an amazing game right in your wheelhouse, you want to try the game.
Lovecraft is a racist. Was a racist.
You know what? I'm working.
So I want to say something about that. Like you go back and you read about like Lovecraft and the racism. Can I give a gripe real quick here?
You're going to anyway.
I know.
You said no. What would you still do it?
Exactly.
You're going to do it anyway.
It astounds me, like the length people will go to vilify the things that are easy to vilify. You know, that the crowd gets behind it. But like, you know, Lovecraft, for example, like he created Cthulhu. You know, it's just like so. But I mean, admittedly, there's steps. You know, like there's steps of separation you have between his creation of that. But I mean, I've seen people explain, well, he was a product of his time, or, you know, just like kind of like, you know, I'm still going to play my Arkham Horror game. You know, it's just like, oh, you know, whatever. You know, it's just like, and that's fine. That's fine. Everybody like will recognize, like, you know what? that's kind of a shitty thing, but I still really like this game, or I still really like this movie, or you know what, the Bill Cosby jokes were still funny, even though he's a horrible human being. They justify it to themselves in some way or shape or form. But what I don't like is when people like justify that shit to themselves, but they actually like are deluding themselves as well. Like it's one thing. It's like, you know what? It's pretty shitty that I still think the Bill Cosby jokes are still funny, but you know, I still think they're funny. Like I can't stand deluded self-awareness. Anyway, I was just thinking about that really. And you reminded me of it.
I feel like we should be able to disassociate the art from the person in most instances.
And that happens all the time. Michael Jackson's music's still on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but he was never convicted.
Yeah.
He was never convicted.
He was never convicted. Sure.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm actually like, I made a game about Lovecraft. I'm making a game about Lovecraft for someone right now. Some pretty notable, cool publisher.
Well, here's the deal.
How pretty are they?
They have 5 legs.
But right, okay, but, and I don't want to mention names or anything. The cancel culture, which I'm not coming out against cancel culture or anything like that. The cancel culture is real.
Sorry.
It's real, and it's something that we do, but we do it for the ones that are easy. You know, it's
cancel
just like
culture. What do you mean by cancel culture?
Well, I mean, just if you Google it, it's just basically like this person.
You're no longer relevant in the.
You remember the Mark and Bebo thing that happened at Origins a couple years ago?
The what?
Wow, you're not supposed to say names for us. That's not how this works.
This is a very big instance, and it happened years ago. The Mark and Bebo thing. No, the Mark and Bebo and the guy, the lady, the British chick.
I know you're talking about.
That whole big thing, and then the reaction to that was just immediately, this person needs to be completely canceled from the industry. They need to be gone. They need to be completely removed surgically. That's pretty much the premise of the cancel culture, is that if you are doing something, there will be a large group of people who say that's not okay that you're doing it, and you should not now be able to support for your family.
And the thing is too, it's just like publishers have to have an immediate response to it and say, but here's the deal, like if one of those people were like somebody like that designed games for Hasbro, you know, and they would just be like, oh, well, this person's a horrible human being, Hasbro would say, yeah, well, you know, go fuck yourself, because we're
still selling Monopoly.
We're still selling Monopoly, you know, and
the Monopoly story is a perfect example, right?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but listen, and I'm not going to say names. There are people who work in this industry who have done crazy shit, and they continue to be successful, insanely successful. In spite,
and the thing is that we all know who you're talking about.
Indiscretions.
Yep.
Sure. And so I really like Lovecraft. I'm not a fan of Lovecraft's writing. I'm a fan of Lovecraft's life, and I'm a fan of Lovecraft's the premise that he tried to, just interesting shit. You like know that he wrote the most letters of any. He wrote over 100,000 letters to other writers and people. Just he had this really creative commune idea of creating this work that was open, and he's since been exploited and had people take his work and fucking, you know, profit off of it when he died penniless and miserable. And I think that there's some...
he died, and even if he hadn't died when he did, his creation would be would be open source. For
sure, it's in the public. It's within the range of public domain. Absolutely, he's been dead for over 70 years, and whatever, or 30 years and 70 years old, or whatever the public domain. I'm sorry, I've been drinking, but anyway, I was recently I've been doing a lot of research on Lovecraft because I want to really try to understand Lovecraft, and something that keeps coming up is his xenophobia and racism, and it's something that I've really thought about, and I've discussed with my partner, where I'm like, you know, she's like, maybe this isn't a good idea to be doing this just because of the current culture. But I'm like, I feel like there's something kind of like, there are beautiful parts of this guy's life. Like he really was trying to share what he made. And so much of his personal life seeped into his work. He found a way, his fear of, his fear of failure in academia and all this shit. His writing is a lot more personal than it seems. And there's something about it that I think is important. And I don't want to just be stigmatized toward caring about this stuff because of this one part of his life that he's I don't know if that sounds ignorant of me or whatever. I mean, and I hate to say the obvious, but yes,
Well,
like
the market will tell.
I think you need to put it in the back of the rule booklet. Slap it in there. This is why we went this direction with this. Be very open and transparent about it, and I think people will respect it more as you trying to be respectful to the art that he created and the life that he lived. I think if you actually posted like a whole page in the back that was just, this is why we decided to make this creative choice.
Sure, and I'm fine with that. I just hate the idea of just like someone just going, H.P. Lovecraft is a racist, he's a piece of shit. Like, cool. Are you a big Mark Twain fan? Should we just let's just go back and let's just fucking erase history and let's just revise all history and let's just, and I know this is dangerous words to be saying, but I feel like that people are more dynamic than that. Like, I feel like this guy's not just that. Like, that was undoubtedly a portion of who he was, but I still think that there's something of merit and value and beauty in his life beyond this ignorance and ugliness, that particular ugliness. And I don't feel like that was the majority of who he was. It was a part of who he was. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Is it scary to say you understand what I'm saying right now?
No, not for me.
The Alaboom does not agree with or condone.
Opinions of its members.
Yes. No, I mean, but here's the deal. Here's the deal. We're still small enough.
Kickstarter, right?
What?
Travis?
What's that?
You're working on. You're putting up on Kickstarter, right?
Potentially. It's for someone else. It's not mine. I already made it. I made a Cthulhu game.
Right,
I put it up at midnight with no reviews, and it made $60,000. It was a little $20 game, like literally nothing. Like, we didn't do banner ads.
Which game?
I want to make a Lovecraft game where like Lovecraft's like breaking the fourth wall.
He's in Seventh Continent. Nobody, I don't think anybody.
He's in my game, All Manner of Evil. Like, he literally, it's like you're breaking into Lovecraft's house, and all this crazy shit he wrote about is like real. Like, you're discovering that like he was using his own personal experiences to fuel these insane stories. No one said a word. No one complained. No one said he was racist. No one said anything. And like, to be completely frank, I just kind of was like, oh, Cthulhu's neat. These are all like weird. This cosmic horror shit's kind of cool. And then the more and more research I did, because I had to kind of get in the legal trademarking stuff is very complicated for the Cthulhu mythos. Like,
so I
Chaosium and all that.
Yeah. I want to read his like a short biography about his early life. It's like a paragraph. So it's really interesting, and it might explain a lot. So he had an unusual childhood marked by tragedy. His traveling salesman father developed a type of mental disorder caused by untreated syphilis when he was around the age of 3. So he's 3 years old. In 1893, his father became a patient at the Butler Hospital in Providence, and there he remained until his death in 1898. So the major years of this person's life were spent, a lot of that, I would imagine, in that hospital, watching his dad slowly wither away and die, surrounded by all sorts of other people. Because you can only imagine the type of ailments that people were having and the type of treatment that was being given in 1896. Right, I mean, perfect. It explains so much about what he writes. And who's to say that there wasn't one particular, janitor or something in there? Like, you can see how one or two specific events probably in his life led to him being a xenophobe and a racist. Like, in that sort of situation, I could easily have seen that happening.
It's no at that time there was a lot of that with the Irish and the Italians coming over and taking their jobs in the ghettos and all that. At that time,
yeah. So if you hated everyone,
the same problem today. I mean, it's on the headlines every day.
Oh yeah, this country's
nothing's
been
changed
racist since the beginning. I mean,
the last game I made at Colossal was a game called Totemic that used Native American inspired art from a female tattoo artist who did a tremendous amount of research and had reverence for that. And so we used her artwork in the game. And I mean, we were fucking attacked. How dare you take First Nations people's culture? How dare, it's like, but this is a woman who lives in Europe, who has reverence for this culture, has done a tremendous amount of research and work to learn about this culture. And now her job is she replicates this style because she respects it. So you're telling me because she's not a Native American, she's not allowed to appreciate it or practice it. She has to have permission, and we're not allowed to say that this is beautiful. The totemism is, and like totemism is, it wasn't like that particular, the idea, like name of it, totemic, was it wasn't supposed to just be about Native Americans. It was supposed to be out, there's totemic cultures all throughout the world, right? Since the fucking dawn of time. But it's like, you're not allowed to like anything. I saw a young designer today in a group. She's like, well, I want to talk about these 4 different cultures and like their writing, but I'm really afraid I'm going to be, you know, considered insensitive if I do that. And I almost commented, I was just like, you're allowed to like what you like. And as long as you do the work and you make sure that you're being respectful, you should be allowed to say that you like things, and you should be allowed to share those things. You shouldn't be censored because you were born not from that culture or in that era or whatever. I absolutely understand the idea of appropriating culture. I absolutely understand the idea of people just saying, well, this should sell games or sell a thing, so I'm just going to glom onto this. But like this fear of being able to even say out loud that you like something or you appreciate something or you respect something because you are not that thing. It's like, don't make games about white people in the Mediterranean trading goods. Also, don't make games about anything that's not white people trading goods in the Mediterranean. Like, it's crazy. Like, I understand both sides. I want to be respectful, but I don't think that just because I'm a white man, I'm not allowed to say that I appreciate things. I mean, I do a tremendous amount of research when I do games, a tremendous amount of research, because I want to know what I'm talking about, because I want it to be real and I want it to be accurate.
Fair enough.
Were these criticisms from Native Americans or white people?
Oh, fuck no, they were from Native Americans.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It was a lot of white people, and it was people claiming, it's like, I mean, I can't count the amount of times I've heard someone say, oh, I'm actually 1/16th Cherokee. It's always fucking Cherokee or Navajo.
It's
like,
not the
right?
point.
They're never like, I'm Oswego. It's like, whatever.
We don't want to know what you think, Travis. I want to know what the guy in Forrest's background thinks about this.
Yeah.
Phil, by the way, that's my roommate Phil.
Hey, Phil, what do you think about this?
30 seconds Dutch, and you know, I'm okay with it.
Okay, there you have it.
I did 23andMe and I found out I'm 0.03% West Nigerian. Wow. I'm serious. I'm 0.03% West Nigerian. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that means either.
I think it means I'm allowed to make a game about West Nigeria. I don't know.
Boom. Nailed it.
No.
No, I don't know. I mean, it's like, I really like myth. You know, I was in gifted class when I was a kid, and like we were allowed to pick a thing that we wanted to focus on while and this is like all through school, from like 4th grade until I was in high school. And the thing I always loved was mythology. I loved mythology, and that was my focus, was mythology. And I'm just deeply fascinated. I love the idea of people trying to understand why things are the way they are, the world in which they lived, especially primitive people trying to rationalize how complex the fucking world is without a scientific backdrop, you know. And I like that to be a perspective of the games that I make. So as generic as that may be.
And your genome sample or your DNA or whatever sample.
I'm going to text you my fucking 23andMe right now, so you shut up.
No, I'm just wondering about like having it on file. Like, do you guys, like, I would never, like, I don't care what you guys do. I would never give my DNA up willingly, just because I'm a paranoid.
That's what she said.
Sci-fi, like,
That's
being like
database, baby.
I'm gonna tell you what my mom told my sister when my sister thought someone was trying to kill her.
You're out of the family.
You're not important enough to kill.
You know they're using DNA to open cold cases from these fucking databases, right?
So, are you worried that yours will be close to like someone whose DNA was found at a murder?
Absolutely, 100% worried.
Well, have you been to a murder scene lately?
You've been watching a lot of episodes of Black Mirror.
Interesting.
Whoa, African American mirror.
Nigerian. Oh, there you go.
You're talking to a Nigerian here, pal. You don't have to say that. Do you see this?
Yeah.
But look, hold on. Look at the rest.
Yeah, 97% white European.
Appallingly white.
Well,
I thought it was interesting. I in no way think that makes me unique or different.
That's true.
You know where your family how they got here? Like the original chances?
We were murderers.
Oh.
Like Forrest.
You were shipped off.
We came from I do know a little bit. My last name should not be Chance, actually. My last name should be McBride. My great-grandfather was from Ireland. He came to America when he was 15 years old. He ran away from home. His name was Royce McBride. My middle name is Royce. He came to America. He came in through whatever Ellis Island or whatever bullshit place. He got on a truck. He went to Indiana. He worked on a corn farm. The people that owned the corn farm found out he was 15 years old, and they let him stay in their house because they were an older couple. And so this is the old days. So he just fucking changed his name to Chance because that's what their last name was.
Weird.
So he just was Royce Chance.
My wife's family's name is McBride, and they're Irish descent as well.
So my last name should be McBride, but my last name is Chance, which is a French last name.
So I get reminded of my heritage every season on Jeopardy and in crossword puzzles. I had one last night. John Blank came over on the Mayflower. Alden. So it's always a question on Jeopardy, and it's always in crossword puzzles. So it's hard to forget.
That's cool.
Well, was he also a very nice guy, Scott?
I don't know. I don't think
Can they give you a big compliment right now, Scott? I was at PAX Unplugged, and there was a conversation. It was a bunch of new industry people, and they're like, who do you think is the nicest person in the industry? And then the people were going back and forth. And of course, like most of the people were like, oh, I think it's the guy who owns Dyslexic Orangutan Games. Or, like they're all like, talking about new people. And then someone goes, I think Zev is actually the nicest person.
Oh, yeah.
I think actually Scott, the guy who owns BGG, is the nicest guy. And then I said, you were both murderers.
No, Zev.
So Scott, your thing about the DNA. So I'd have to go Google it, but it was like 7 or 8 years ago. There was like a murder in some small east United States town, and
Fort Wayne, Indiana.
No, it was like in New Hampshire or Vermont or something. Some town of 860 people. Somebody was murdered. I don't remember the exact things, but basically the police they asked, because the town was so small, they had found DNA on the scene, and they asked people to voluntarily come in and give their DNA, and they were going to have everything tested. And it was, the whole thing is like, if you've got nothing to hide, come on in.
Yeah, it's also against the.
Well, it was purely voluntary. It was purely voluntary. Whatever.
If you don't go in, you're on the
list, right?
Under duress.
So there was a lot. There's that. There's definitely that, right? Which is kind of like, it's like, why didn't you go in, Steve? Oh, I was busy on Tuesday. Just like, but no, it's like, it was one of those things where it was after the fact, and it turns out it wasn't even anybody in the town. It was like somebody like had come through or whatever. Anyway, but after the fact, when people kind of were like, wait a minute, they went in and they're like, yeah, I want you to expunge that information. I don't want you to have that.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh no, you signed this waiver. We have it forever."
No, we got it forever. Yeah, no, fuck that.
We have your poop for life.
Yeah, just like and that's why. Yeah, I'm just like,
that's guy. I think that's a really solid point.
They've caught people through the 23andMe thing.
You want to hear a 23andMe story? Listen to this.
Scary.
No, seriously, listen.
One second.
So I got they always tell you like you have these DNA relatives, right? Like, so they'll be like, oh, you're like 0.03% related to this person. There was a woman that was 16.7% related to me. Just so you know this, my girlfriend's all in 23andMe and her family. Her nieces.
What is 23andMe anyway?
Well, when you're done picking your nose, I'll tell you.
Everybody picks their nose.
Yes, but not everyone does it on live feed. 23.
Everyone right now is like, man, my nose is itchy. I have to go off camera for a second. Anyway, go ahead.
You can send in a spit sample, and they will analyze your DNA, and they can. And it's really interesting because, like, actually, the town that my great grandfather is from is listed as one of the towns that my genome or whatever is like most found in Scotland or Ireland. Sorry. So they analyze it and they basically just tell you a bunch of like, oh, like, hey, we found that these people that with your, haplogroup, maternal haplogroup, like vanilla ice cream more than chocolate ice cream. And so this ever-changing thing, and you'll look at it and it'll change. It'll often change. Like I used to be 0.04%, and now I'm 0.03% Nigerian with 0.01% unassigned. So essentially just kind of maps out where the history of where your DNA would have originated from. There's haplogroups, so like your maternal ancestor from which you came and who are you related to. But my story is this. So this woman, completely unrelated, in her 50s, lives in Kansas, messages me, and she's 16.3% related to me, which is she's basically either a cousin or an aunt or an aunt. Okay? She's like, I was adopted. I don't know who my family is. I've been on this for years. You're the person I'm the closest related to of any person that's on 23andMe. So my girlfriend shows me like, her nieces are on there, her sister, her own daughters are on there. And she's like, you're like insanely related to this woman. So I go and I talk to my family about this, and my family gets real fucking uncomfortable real quick. Like family secret type shit. Someone had a baby and this woman is either my cousin or my aunt. And I don't know what to tell her.
Holy shit.
It really weird, like family scandal type shit.
How was this?
You can just write like she doesn't know who you are, right? She's just writing to a profile.
I responded to her and I was just like, listen, I talked to my family. They're saying,
but I can't like
everybody's accounted for. And she's like,
right. Oh, wow.
I mean, she lives in the Midwest.
Find out who the real.
She's the right age. She's the right age where if like somebody in my family had a teen pregnancy,
I'm not shitting on your story or anything like that, but these ancestry.com places they have like been shown to be very inaccurate. So just gonna say that out loud.
My I mean, this was not through 23andMe, but my mom found her birth sister. Right, like a real sister. My mom was cool. Wow. They have a communicative relationship.
There's a documentary that's on Netflix. I cannot remember the name. I think it's called Twinning, and it's like an Asian girl who was adopted, and then someone on Facebook was like, I saw this girl that looks exactly like you. And then she finds out she has a twin sister, and she was like adopted, I think, from like Korea or something. And then she like gets a hold of this person who's had this completely different life than her, lives in England or something, and finds out that it's her fucking twin sister. And then they go and they find their mom.
You seen Three Identical Strangers documentary? Watch it. I don't want to spoil it though. But
come on, lance it up. Spoiler.
No.
Yeah.
The premise is this guy was on campus at college and people were telling him that they just saw, like they were talking like they had just seen him. He goes, well, I thought you were over at the other building or whatever. And he's like, no, I'm here. I've been here. And so he found out he had a twin. And then they found out they actually had a triplet.
Wow.
that's the beginning of the story. And these guys were famous in the 70s and 80s, or like late 70s, I think, but I don't remember it at all. Like they were on like Phil Donahue and all that, the shows of the day. But
Maury Povich.
But it exposes a very creepy thing that happened to them, and I don't want to spoil it. You should watch it.
Does it have to do with Forrest?
No.
What's it called?
3 Identical Strangers. I think.
That sounds interesting.
Right.
I don't listen. I worked at Lockheed Martin in the identity fraud department, and I will tell you this.
That's right.
This is the first thing they tell you day one of training. Anyone that wants your shit will get your shit.
Yeah.
Like, because the people that know how to do that will take it. Like, you can go, well, I've got my password is bananas 2932 exclamation point. It's like,
Hold on,
no.
let me write that down real quick.
They
bananas
not that
2932 exclamation point.
Yeah.
Heard it here first.
Like the people that can and wills, and like they show you all this scary shit, like people driving around in vans with like SAT laptops that just like scan through fucking Wi-Fi and code break and all. The people who can do this, like there's nothing you can do to stop them. So if you're concerned that like spitting in a cup, they're going to clone you, and maybe they will. I don't know. Yeah. I would love to have a pet skull.
Fear of it. I just don't feel like as soon as
they give me a stool sample. I've been asking for one for 3 years, Scott, and you keep saying no.
Gee, I wonder why.
We'll talk later, Travis. I've got one.
You've got a stool sample
of Scott? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just make it
a statue. I want a stool statue. Statuette.
I don't know. It just weirds me out. Especially since they started opening up cold cases and doing.
How do you think we made all those giant Cthulhu statues?
I feel like saying that, Scott, is the equivalent of saying that you think that VHS will reign forever and that buying DVDs is a waste of money. And like that is to me how I feel. But I don't know. You're a smarter man than me.
And believe me, I'm not like one of those paranoid people. It just struck me weird.
You're just talking to us right now from your underground bunker.
People are way. I'm not like no weird 9/11 truther guy or anything like that. But people are way too eager just to give their shit away. Just like, oh yeah, here, go ahead, take it. What do I care? Ha ha ha.
I mean, if someone wanted to get a DNA sample from you, they could just like go into your garbage.
Yep.
Yeah. It's that simple.
Sure.
Or just
like if you think that like you're protected, like you could literally someone could just watch you wipe your mouth with a napkin at a restaurant and take it, and now they have your DNA.
Mm-hmm.
It's more the ease of access of like the government trying to find stuff on people. Right.
If they really want to find something, you have a cell phone that's within a foot of you all day long. They could just tap into that.
Oh sure.
Oh yeah, committing crimes.
Even when it's off.
Being a criminal these days is not easy. No. It's like, we got you on traffic cams. We tracked your cell phone.
It's weird because I was just thinking about that today. I was driving home from running out.
About killing my neighbor.
Well, no, this lady cut me off, and I was like, started yelling at, like she couldn't hear me. Obviously, I had my windows up. I had the radio on. She had her windows up. I was more yelling just of frustration because she like cut me off. And as I started saying it, I'm like, Jesus, if they listen to my phone, they would think that I'm like trying to run this lady off the road. I better just be quiet. And it's literally the thought I had is like, oh my God, they're listening to me call this lady all these obscenities, and they're gonna think I'm like this like abusive person if they ever like tapped into my phone.
There's 100%. So like I was talking to a friend of mine about how much I loved Dune, and then I go into my Facebook and it's all ads for Dune.
My wife she got
Dune
freaked
DVD,
out by that same thing.
New Dune book.
We were literally talking about
Dune movie trailer coming in the next 3 months.
We were literally talking about a dog bed for my dog, and the next 3 emails my wife had were all pet supply places. She freaked out. That's why she quit Facebook. She got off social media because she was afraid that she was being monitored. She couldn't stand it. She was getting ads constantly. She would have a discussion, and the next day she'd have 8 emails and 3 pop-up ads. So she quit Facebook because of that.
Anyone who doesn't think their little Alexa isn't listening to everything you do and say, It's they're waiting for buzzwords.
Install the nationwide surveillance network on purpose, gladly. But have you guys looked at the off Facebook tracking system?
No.
Go check it out. Interesting.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I'll just let
Somebody
you do it.
wants
You
my
can tell me
shit.
the cliff notes.
So basically,
I mean,
it'll tell you all the websites that send information back to Facebook on your behalf, on your account. So even if you're not on Facebook, all these things can track you on Facebook.
Is BGG one of them?
The Board Game Geek store is.
I'll tell you an embarrassing thing.
I just ordered something from you.
I got
you. Trust you now.
Got you.
Shit.
So
Was
here's-
it worth those Endeavor tokens?
Let me just tell
Probably
you the
not.
implications of what I can do, and I'm doing it. I don't think there's anything wrong here. You can obviously remove yourself from all that stuff if you go into off Facebook tracking and delete it all. So if you bought something on the BGG store, there's a pixel. It's an invisible image on the checkout page, the finalized checkout, which sends a message back to Facebook. Now it knows your account. I don't know your account, but the fact that Facebook knows your account, I can now buy ads that target that pixel. So I can't target you directly, but I can target people like you. Right? Like I can say, well, someone like Pete checked out. Give me 1% of America that looks like Pete. And I can target those people.
Sexy bitches.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
Really
very huggable.
Yes.
Mhm, very huggable. That is true.
Jesus.
I thought that was weird, and now I understand why you're getting pet ads because you talked about a pet. You know, any
Lance, why are you drinking out of a rodeo barrel?
just a
What is
water jug.
Jesus.
It's a clown barrel.
I jokingly said the other day to my girlfriend, I go, penises never stop growing. And then I Googled, when does your penis stop growing? And guess what my fucking feed is full of now? Viagra, women who don't care. Women want your small whatever, like it's crazy. Like I jokingly Googled this, like just in Google, I'm like, when does your penis stop growing? And now my shit is ruined.
Yeah, if you ever want to go incognito, if you want to do a search that you don't want tracked. I mean,
yeah, no shit.
Track it, but not really.
They're like, whoa, this 0.03% Nigerian guy's worried about his penis.
I'm super worried just being on this channel that my Alexa's gonna be like, what the heck are you guys doing? With all the conversations.
I told Lance this story, and I'm not even kidding you. So Lindsay and her girls heard Alexa like making growling noises.
What?
Like breathing and growling noises, and the girls, the 10-year-olds, were so upset. They didn't want to come home. They were screaming. And then Lindsay's like, I swear to you, I was in the room and I heard like in the fucking beginning of The Exorcist, like, like I swear. And I Googled it.
As a 10-year-old.
I Googled it, and all I got was these penis ads. No, I'm just kidding. I Googled it, and there's like an error with Alexa where like Alexa has different laughs, and sometimes Alexa will like the laugh feature will kick in, and it's like the scary laugh.
Scared the shit out of me.
These girls were crying. They're like, "What if it's a demon?"
Old if you hear a weird witch laugh in your house.
I've never seen children so afraid in my life. Like I'm serious, like just horrified, and it was so uncomfortable because I'm a dick, and so I started laughing, and then like Lindsay's like, "Why are you laughing? This is terrible." I'm like, "I don't fucking hear anything. Like I feel like you guys are playing a prank on me. You're telling me there's like a demon whispering, and I'm in the room. I don't hear anything." And the three of you hear it. The kids have no incentive to lie. They're crying. They're like crying their eyes out. Like, they like literally one of the twins was like, I don't want to go home. I don't feel safe being at home. So we unplugged Alexa for like a week.
And it still made the sound. That'd be a great modern horror, right?
It would be.
All the technology as the horror device.
Real thing or real phenomenon.
Hold on, before you get into that, I got to go to bed because it's 2 a.m. So I am out.
I'm going to be in trouble.
Yeah. So back Marvel United. I'll see
Back
you
to
guys.
$22.99.
And back $22.99. And actually, next week I won't be here because I'm headed to Toy Fair.
Oh, I'll be there. Oh, we're gonna see you.
Yes, I get to see you next week. I don't think is anyone else going to Toy Fair here?
No.
Lance, Aldi?
There's a chance I'll be there, but don't count on it. It's like a 1 in 4.
Most of
Aldi, are you doing Gamma?
No, I'm not going.
Oh wow!
Are you guys doing coverage at Gamma?
Yeah, no. Well, I won't be there, but the team will be.
Okay.
My game is my game that I designed.
All right. Peace, everyone. Talk to you later. See you next week, Travis.
See you at Gamma. So I want to try and book and make sure that.
Yeah, actually, write to Eric. Although we're just doing Can right now, but make sure you're on his list with your new address.
My favorite guy, my favorite special friend.
Yeah.
So a real phenomena. That's been like structures. And now this is whether or not you believe in this or not, but I've definitely read a lot of stuff about it. Because my guilty pleasure, as I've told on this many, many times, is I love the idea of the paranormal, but I think all of it is a bunch of horseshit. But I love the idea of it.
Yes.
So a phenomenon that a lot of people attribute, like hearing voices or hauntings or whatever, is that buildings or structures over time will, because of the fact that there's conversations and words being said and whatever, they will absorb that energy, that basically the sound waves, and not all of it escapes, not all of it echoes back and forth, but some of it is absorbed. And then there will be structural
absorbed by what?
Like just the structure, like the wood, the paneling, just whatever, and as a house settles or moves, like that will be released again, and it could be weeks or even years later. And the reason I actually found out about that, and there's people I don't completely buy it, but after all the kids have moved out of the house, like my mother, my stepfather is still alive, but my mother was coming upstairs after grabbing some laundry.
If you want to short circuit, we do know this story. If you want to short circuit it, or tell it again, it's fine.
What?
We know this story.
Well, you might, but does anybody else know the story?
Maybe not. All right, go ahead. Keep going.
No. She was just coming up the stairs, and the room that I stayed in, and I hadn't been living in the house for years. The room my brother stayed in, he hadn't been living there even longer. She walked by, she heard one of us say, "Hey, Mom," like pure as day, and she freaked out, and she thought but she said it sounded like a child, like us as a kid said it, and she went into the room, and of course it's empty. And she says it was clear as day. It wasn't like there wasn't a radio on or a TV on or anything like that.
Are you trying to say that at some point in time in my apartment, someone was just going, and then we're hearing it now in the future?
No, but I definitely have had my Alexa just start blurting out weird stuff.
Yeah,
it has totally happened to me.
Yeah.
One of the best things is our Alexa will just start playing the song Doo-Doo Brown. Do you know that song from the 90s? It's like a 90s hip hop song. Doo-Doo Brown. It's randomly Lindsay will be like, "Alexa, play Radiohead." And they'll be like, "Doo-Doo Brown," just out of nowhere. Alexa has a great sense of humor.
Messed with it to screw with the people living in your house.
Me?
Yeah.
No, Nigerians don't do that.
No Doo-Doo Brown. No Doo-Doo Brown.
It's not the It's not the 0.003% Nigerian way. I have admittedly fucked with Alexa because I figured out that I could play songs even when I'm not home. So if I'm on a trip, I'll just start playing weird shit. But I did not play Doo-Doo Brown.
Yeah, if you want to really scare them, do that. But,
I'll just find a channel just called Heavy Breathing Noises.
Yeah.
No,
that could be
the girls.
That could be the classic Twilight Zone episode where the telephone wires landed on top of the grave, and then the person, like somehow the spirit somehow is able to get a hold of your Echo or Alexa or Siri.
Well, you know what happens, Lance, is that when they build a coffin, is sometimes the guys that build the coffin are talking, and then the wood absorbs the sound, and then later when telephone wires fall in a grave, then the sound from the wood comes out.
I firmly believe that there is usually a rational explanation for 99.9999999% of all the creepy stuff.
If I were to take your cup right now and pour it out, the fluid that would be inside of it would be haterade. I know you. I know your body and I know your heart, and you thrive on being a contrarian. You love it. You are here. Like if you were in X-Files, if they hired you to be in the X-Files, you would have found a way to get the X-Files shut down in the first week of your employ. Like that is who you and what you are. You are the opposite of Fox Mulder. You do not want to believe.
I love the idea of Bigfoot and things like that. I do, but I just know that it's most likely a bunch of bullshit. And
don't get me started. I've watched every season of Ancient Aliens.
Andre the Giant was a good Bigfoot.
They shaved him down, taught him how to speak.
Yeah.
Didn't he die at his own father's funeral?
No. Andre the Giant.
I thought he had like a heart attack.
Yeah.
He was at his family's ranch in France, and he had to go to he went to town for some reason, and he went to bed and he had a heart attack and died in his sleep, all by and he was alone. He was like, and he was rarely alone, and his best friend in the wrestling world, this referee for the WWE, Tim White, was supposed to travel with him, but he couldn't for some reason. And if you watch the Andre documentary on HBO, Tim White says he feels like
blames
he totally does. He says he died all by himself in that little town in France, and I should have been there with him. I could have saved him.
I just like the idea that he grew up on a ranch where he could never ride a horse.
Well, when he was young, he could. He was. If you see pictures of him,
when he was a young giant.
Well, no, he was skinny. He was a
young skinny giant.
He was relatively small. But I mean, the one place he loved being was actually his ranch in the United States, because he bought it with all of his money, and then he had it designed for him, basically, so everything was his size. The beds were his size, the chairs were his size. I mean, it was like
skinny giant size.
No, big giant, slap you across the ring, But anyway, I could talk forever about wrestling, and you guys all know that, so I'm going to shut up now.
I liked 80s wrestling. I lived in a house with my bandmates when I was a musician were obsessed with wrestling, and we had 2 friends that went to wrestling school, and they'd fucking come over to my house and bust cookie sheets over each other's heads and break all of our chairs, and I got sick of that shit. And then my best friend said that if Vince McMahon beat Stone Cold Steve Austin, that he would never watch wrestling again. And lo and behold, Vince McMahon did beat Stone Cold Steve Austin. And so ended the terror that was wrestling that I had to endure for years and years and years.
Stone Cold. Yeah. The late 90s were was a great time. Was a great time. Was a great time to be a wrestling fan. 96 to 99.
Razor Ramon lived in my area in Orlando.
Yeah, Scott Hall.
What was his Scott Hall?
Yeah. If you watch the documentary, The Death and Resurrection of Jake the Snake Roberts, which is really just a 90-minute ad for Diamond Dallas Page's DDP Yoga. But Scott Hall is in that as well. And Scott Hall goes and gets personally yoga guru'd by Diamond Dallas Page.
What was that documentary, Beyond the Mat?
Yeah, that was the one that when people were still buying into the idea of kayfabe, There were still people that thought wrestling was real. Beyond the Mat was like the one that pulled the last vestiges of that veneer off of the what they did.
Have you guys watched the Aaron Hernandez documentary yet?
Yes.
No.
Which one?
Another Florida guy. Well, he didn't grow up in Florida, but he went to University of Florida.
That guy was screwed up.
Are you trying to imply that all West Nigerians from Florida are
only you?
I grew up in Florida.
Harbor. This is dangerous words you're speaking, Mr. Alden from the Mayflower.
That's right.
No, but that Aaron Hernandez 3-part is well worth the time.
Yeah, it's a really interesting. Do you know
I
anything
didn't watch it.
the way the deal is? Because I guess it's not a spoiler to say what happened to him because everybody knows. I don't know. Should I say anything?
No, he killed himself.
Right.
But he did it in such a way that he died an innocent man.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know. I thought did they overturn that, or is he still?
Yeah, they did overturn it, and then they changed the law. So
they changed the law so no one can exploit that again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did his wife ever get the money from the Patriots?
I don't believe she did.
No, they did not.
They just tied it forever, or she never chased it through. You got to have lawyers to get that money.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
And she pretty much didn't have anything.
Yeah, that was
The last thing I watched on Netflix was the Stranger Things season 3, and it was terrible.
Really? Why did you like season 3?
Sucked.
Well, can you elaborate as to why you felt that?
Just sucked.
Yeah. You know,
Knives
Out. You should watch Knives Out.
Knives Out. I didn't see that.
If you like
I
Murder
saw The Gentleman. Yeah, I know. It's like Clue of the Now.
Yeah, it's real good.
I didn't like Stranger Things. Okay, first of all, I thought the first Stranger Things was fine. Okay, I really liked it the first time I watched it. When I went back, I realized they just like tricked me by putting a bunch of nostalgic music and shit that I love from my childhood, and like the story is really just a pastiche of existing nonsense, and it's really not original at all. And then the second one, I was like, what the? Nothing happened. It was like they killed a giant monster with a space heater. Like that's all that happened. And then the third one was a little more like funny. Like they introduced some kind of new characters, and there was like some hokiness to it. But it also felt like nothing fucking happened. It just felt like nothing happened. That's how I felt.
Main characters?
What's that?
Have they killed off any main characters? I've only seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did in the last season.
Well, whatever. Anyway, I'll just leave it.
Yeah. Did Barb ever come back?
No.
No.
Barb's gone forever.
Like Bucky, Barb's dead.
Barb's dead.
Gone.
Except for the fact that
She's
Bucky's
gone.
back. But that was for the longest time. That was the mantra of any. Nobody stays dead in comics except for Bucky, and then they brought Bucky back anyway.
I've watched a bunch of shows on Netflix that I wouldn't normally watch because they were more geared toward Lindsay's interests. Like I watched this show called Dead Like Me or Dead to Me. Did you see Dead to Me with like Christina Applegate? It was actually good. I kind of want to see the new.
People around here said it was good.
I watched You, which I think that show to me is like it's like a tutorial on how to be a stalker. It glorifies this awful, ugly, abusive man.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Go ahead. I did not like it at all. To me, it's like a testimonial of just like abusive, nasty, awful men that it's yucky. I watched it because people are, I watched it. And the second season was like just so bad. It was like they tried to make it like Dexter or something. And it was just,
Yeah, well, I got a very Dexter feel out of the whole thing, really. I mean, except Dexter was, I guess, somehow a serial killer was a nicer and better serial killer than
well, Dexter was like a vigilante, right? Like the idea was that like he was like channeling his murderous urge to kill he was a killer that killed other killers. This guy is just like fixates on a woman, lies to her, and then systematically goes in and ruins her life and eliminates all threats so that no one knows what he really is. He is like the epitome of an abusive man. It's just ugly. It's ugly. Like I watched it and I just felt dirty. Why did you watch it? It was because you're gonna see it's really good. It's really good. I'm like, this guy's garbage. Like, he's a garbage human being, and the show sets him up like he's this redeeming, cute, charming guy. Like, and I literally saw people online be like, "Oh, I wish I could meet a guy like him." I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?" Like, he's a liar. Everything that he does is manipulated and contrived and staged. It's like
him up as the hero of the thing.
Yeah, he's the fucking star of the show.
No, he's not. He's the focus of the show, but it's nobody's a hero. Absolutely nobody is
like Cruel Intentions or something, right?
Yeah, it's you can't root for anybody,
It's no, because in Cruel Intentions, it's very clear that the people are despicable. This guy is like, they put a lot of effort and work into making him feel charming and like, oh, well, he really does love her. It's like, he does love her. That's why he's murdering everyone in her life that can sniff out what he really is. Like, he loves her. That's why he doesn't want her to have friends.
Is that the one where she has amnesia?
No.
Oh.
It's basically he there's some of it is just, and maybe it was a book, I don't know, but I mean,
it was a book.
It was a book. I mean, it was like, so the guy works at a bookstore, and in his basement, for their rare collection of books, they have like basically this vault that of course is made out of like plexiglass, so you can see into it, why would you need that if you have but whatever. And so it's basically like his own little kill room or whatever, where he if he abducts somebody, he can put them in there and hold them indefinitely until he decides what to do. And so he's just obsessed with this woman, and so it's like, I think in the first episode he shows that she thinks she lost her phone, but he actually just stole it. And so then, but she doesn't ever, for some reason, doesn't deactivate the phone or something like that. So he's able to see all of her text messages and see everything that she's doing. And so then he begins to figure out exactly what to say to her, how she's feeling, and just, so he manipulates her completely into being
an interesting show.
Well, yeah, I mean, the premise is interesting, but I mean, the guy is just he's psychotic, and then
it's all voiceover, internal dialogue, and oh, I wonder what Beck is doing. It's like, it's just, to me, it made me feel icky. It was an icky feeling.
Isn't it interesting though? Like, Netflix as a program thing, it's just, we get new shit every day.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy how the world we're living in now, where we're getting new shows that have a lot of work to them every day?
I feel like every time I turn on Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon Prime, I spend 45 minutes scrolling through shit that I don't care about. And it just ends up being like this. Overload. It's like the equivalent of body shots and an ultimate fight, where I'm just like, okay, fine, I submit. I'll watch The Goop, the Gwyneth Paltrow, show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. It's like you get to a point where there's just, I feel like the older I get, the more I look back instead of I look forward. I go, and I like to do that. I like to reread things that I've read that I loved. I like to reread old comic books and trade paperbacks and stuff that I love. And I like to see if my aging perspective puts some sort of new spin on it. There's some other little nugget that I can strip mine out of it that I maybe missed at a later portion of my life, or an earlier portion of my life rather. And so I do that with movies a lot. I love movies. I really do love movies. I wanted to make movies. That's what I wanted to do when I got out of school, and then I was just too much of a coward to pursue it. And so I appreciate it and enjoy it, and I think it's an awesome storytelling medium, but I don't know. It's like, shows like that, and like it comes out and it's just like people are like, this is amazing. I'm like, is it really? Like it feels like the writing is really bad. It's super contrived. It's super convenient. Like, oh, he has her, exactly what Lance said. Oh, he has her cell phone, and she's a millennial that didn't think to deactivate her shit, and therefore he can use it with her fully charged cell phone that never, he doesn't know the password to, but he managed to keep it on unlock long enough, and he just like periodically hits the button so that it never locks. It's so absurd, and it's also telling of where we're at in culture, where like they're trying to create empathy. It's weird. Like there's this juxtaposition of this, like, we're all this stuff we were talking about earlier. You're not allowed to like this or do this, but let's create sympathy and empathy for a man that is quantifiably horrible and grossly manipulative and controlling and violent, and let's find a way to make him charming or redeeming, or I wish I could meet a guy like that. Really? You wish you could meet a guy like that every little word out of his mouth is a fucking lie, that is part of some master scheme to manipulate you into feeling and think, like every thought in your head, every opinion you have about this person is what he wants you to think, and that's cute. Somehow that's cute.
Well, I mean, I think you're putting. I think you're putting this like they're trying to make him cute. I think the show does a very good job of making sure you realize that he is just an awful human being. I mean, like the comparisons to Dexter are definitely there, but I mean, Dexter, still did some horrible things. I mean, he Sergeant Dokes was completely and totally innocent and was actually trying to figure him out. But when Dokes gets killed,
spoilers.
Oh Jesus! For a show that's 10 years old,
spoiler is
whatever. He isn't the one who kills him, but he definitely allows everybody to blame him as like the actual serial killer, so he gets away scot-free. So it isn't like Dexter is like a good person, but they spin him a little bit better because they show him as being a family man and what have you. This guy, I mean, what they do is they make, especially in the second season, they make everybody that's around him so incredibly awful as well that you can't root for anybody, and it's just kind of like, okay, I'll just watch these idiots just be horrible to each other, for 12 episodes.
You guys have just sold me on the show, by the way, by talking about it. Like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, you'll enjoy it. I see. My wife watched it when I would like be working, and I would just kind of like, I'd look over and I kind of followed it. I was able to like just, absorb enough of it, and so I was able to, and she watched, like somebody mentioned it to her at work. And so she watched the 2 full seasons, and there was a couple times I sat down and just kind of like watched it and just kind of got more into it. But I mean, ultimately it's just like, yeah, I mean, he's just like, it's, yeah, I'm not going to say anything more. I mean, you'll like it, Aldi. You mean, you'll just go, you'll get through it.
More thing. I'm hooked on the Lego show, which I'm going to watch after we hang up.
I haven't watched any of it.
It's a what do you call it? Reality TV show. So it's got the reality TV stuff in it. Like maybe fake drama, maybe some fake.
It's all fake.
Yeah, but like the Lego is pretty cool. And to see them build really, really big things in 15 hours.
Here's the crazy thing is that like, take for example that Ghost Adventures moron that like, they like somebody like a year or two ago actually like somebody that was a production assistant on the Ghost Adventures or Ghost Travelers or whatever, they talked about and they actually had things where like on camera they're saying, okay, so I'm going to go down here and then this is where I'm going to say I heard a noise, and then you're going to count to 30, and that's when you're going to throw a rock to make, to like something down this, so basically like they were staging it. They were staging the hauntings. And like, and anybody who wanted to look, and all it did was it increased viewership of the show. Because nobody cares. Nobody cares if it's real or fake. They don't care. They just want to watch the spectacle. They just want to be entertained. They don't give a shit. Yeah, they don't give a shit if it's for real or not. And those of us who are standing on the corner going, it's fake, you idiots. They're just like, shut up. I don't care. They're hitting mute on us and watching what they want to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Did you guys watch The Haunting of Hill House?
Yeah, that fell apart in the last 2 episodes, but yeah.
You are insane. That show was one of the best shows I've watched in a long time.
It had one of the most excellent jump scares of all time.
Oh yeah.
The car. Yeah, one of the only other jump scare that strangely that comes close to that is one in Exorcist 3. I mean, but yeah, there's a jump scare in there that like you cannot see coming.
Have you watched? Have you seen it, Aldi?
No. What is it called again?
The Haunting of Hill House. That show is so goddamn good. I mean,
they do a very good job. Awards. They do a very good job of building up the creep factor. Without, I saw most of the twists coming before they happened, so I was kind of annoyed with that.
Of course, it's you're a genius.
Well, Jesus, you just got done talking about how you were seeing the twists and things before. I was like, so in the Notebook, those are the people, and you wanted to be us to be all proud of you or something?
Is it a fantasy show or is it a real?
It's based off of a book. Okay. It's essentially about this family in the 70s or 80s that buys a house that plans to flip it, this giant house, and it's haunted. And it's not like it's like what Lance is saying. There's no cheap scares in this movie or the show. Like it's all very thoughtful, and it's like more about how this one summer in this house has kind of sculpted them into the people that they are, and how it's permeated their lives beyond living in the house. It's like changed the landscape of their lives and their family. It's so good. It's so smart. Is
it fiction or
it's really good?
No, it's not based on anything.
It's a fiction. It's fiction. It's based off of a book.
Okay. So I mean, it's like, and this isn't once again this isn't a spoiler, but I mean, it's definitely, you see the people, you see the family as adults in their lives, and then they do cutbacks to when they were kids, and so you kind of go back and forth, and so it's kind of Lost-esque in the way that like it slowly drips the story out.
Yeah.
And so it definitely is not a movie I know you're a lot like me, Scott, where you watch things on the side.
I do.
It's a show you need to pay attention. You have to pay attention, or else you're gonna miss stuff.
It's interesting that I have in my that I need to watch, that I need to pay attention. It's like the list keeps building. Like I was watching Parasite the other day, and I was like, obviously I can't watch that on the side because you have to read subtitles.
Yeah,
but it was great. It was worth it.
Yeah, Parasite, well deserved their awards. So
interestingly, Scott, one of the love interests from the TV show You is also in The Haunting of Hill House, in which both of them, she is a twin has a male fraternal twin brother in both stories. I think The Haunting of Hill House, especially the first episode, is kind of like there's 4 kids and the dad and the mom dies, and it's kind of recounting all the stuff, and no one really, they're all scattered to the 4 winds. They don't really want to deal with it. One of the son is like writing novels kind of about ghosts and stuff. One of the oldest son is writing books about ghosts and doing research on the paranormal. The oldest daughter owns like a funeral parlor or whatever. The youngest daughter is a mess. Then the youngest son is like a drug addict who's in rehab, and like the dad is just nowhere. It has nothing to do with any of them. It's so good. It's really smart and thoughtful and creepy. Creepy is the right word. Like it does a very good job of maintaining creepy.
And one of the things is that the creep factor is a lot of that is the fact that it's kind of universally understood the house is haunted, and there definitely are moments where you're like, oh my gosh, that is scary as hell. But it's also the little things, and I'm Travis, I'm sure you went back and watched, but during scenes where it's just people talking, like they'll do pans where there'll be an extra figure in a room, kind of hidden, that you don't really pay attention to, and the next time they kind of pan back, the figure's gone. And they purposely did that to have there always being ghosts when they're in the house. Like, and not like, oh, well, the ghost comes out and scares you, but it's just like if you're paying attention, like you'll see somebody down a hallway, just like somebody kind of walk past, and they don't bring up attention to it, they don't do anything to it, but it's like, and you don't even pick all of them up, but it's like they said it's just like kind of subconsciously you just kind of like get this feeling.
You get it.
Yeah. That there's just, you know,
it's a series.
Yes, yeah, and they're talking about doing a season 2. Okay. But they're talking the season 2 is going to be more like anthology based, which would be
it's supposed to be like 100 years beforehand, and it's based off of like a story from like Faulkner or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't remember, like an author. There's a scene in this, Scott, in one of the episodes where like they're having a funeral for someone, and it's all one take, and it's like 5 minutes long, and they literally do shit like they pan and you'll see them as adults, and then the camera will go back to the dad, and in the same shot they pan back and all the adults are gone and they're kids, and like it's all one take. I mean, it's like 5 minutes long. Like it's incredible. Like just really, really smart. They won just a ton of awards for this. Just the sets and the writing, the acting, the cinematography.
I dismissed it because it just kept reminding me of
you know what I mean?
Like I was just like not interested.
I turned it on when I was bored and I couldn't stop watching it.
There are three shows that I will rewatch all of it. Just and I since I've watched every single minute of Haunting Hill House, I can have it on the background. I can just watch it. But there are 3 shows I'll do that for. Lost is one, Haunting Hill House is one, and first season of True Detective is one. And first season of True Detective is still the best season of any TV show ever. That is first season.
Can I make flowers on your stomach?
It's the interchange between just they just with McConaughey and Harrelson. You know, they were just absolutely perfect in the dialogue was just so well done. So good.
All right, I gotta hit it because I'm about to fall asleep.
Well, I was gonna say it's getting late. I go to Con of the North tomorrow. I'm excited.
Oh wow!
It's my first convention I've ever been to. It's held in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I've attended like every year now for this will be my 12th year of going to Con of the North. And it's like
give Ben Harkins a high five for me.
I will, and I get to see his daughter for the first time, and I get to see his lovely wife. The two of them, whom I married. I'm the one who joined them together.
Performed the marriage.
Yes. Well, I was the signator, which allowed them to be legally married as of the state of Minnesota. If Travis, if you and your lovely woman ever decide to get married, fly up to Minnesota, and I'll do it for you.
I want you to be there for after the wedding.
Well, if you were in Minnesota, well, actually, you know, I could probably, since I'm already ordained in Minnesota, I could probably get ordained in Florida pretty easily.
I think it's amazing that Barry's just on the show and he's just doing his own thing. It's awesome.
I assume he's looking at orc porn.
I was, and I was finalizing something.
Are you looking at documents?
Yes. Well, no.
Scott, we're going to have to talk soon.
Model.
Are we?
Don't worry about it. You'll hear from another person how we have to talk soon.
Okay.
Our paths are going to cross very soon.
Oh, no.
In a meaningful and
were you busy? You must have been super busy. Way. You couldn't be on earlier, there, Scott.
Well, you guys were full. Plus, I'm working on many things.
One of those things will, I think, be something.
Many leather-bound books.
I think one of those things will be us working on something together, maybe in the next couple months.
That was not what I was working on because I think remember I told you there was another thing I had going on. But,
yep.
I love the vague.
Wait, why are there secrets and I'm not part of these?
It's like it's
well, because it can't be live, but I'm pretty sure if I hit end broadcast, he'd be willing to tell you, possibly, maybe.
I might be willing to.
Good night, everybody.
I love you all.
Everybody.